we request the government to look at it in the forthcoming months.
Interesting. Whenever we are speaking to anyone from industry in whichever sector it is, the big request is from GST. More and more, all eyes are on GST for taxation, though there have been some custom duty tweaks right now. Just recapping some of the big things that are happening in various sectors. The number of life-saving drugs which will be totally exempt from custom duties has increased. 36 for cancer, 6 more on concessional duties. Big push for EV battery manufacturing and for 28 additional goods for mobile phone manufacturing as well. Big push for startups and of course fiscal prudence over there. The one big thing that stands out for you, Mihir?
I think as we discussed just in the opening, there was some expectation for something for the middle class that's come through, so that's a thumbs up, I would say. We still are not very clear about the Capex number for FY26, but hopefully it should be around the vicinity of 10.5 to 11. That should be okay, I guess.
That should be okay, Mihir. Why so? Because then it's just about a 4-5% growth. Is it a budget that is saying that we're taking the tilt off Capex full blown because the economy may not necessarily absorb, or is it the government saying that we've done enough, let the private sector now pick up the mantle?
A bit of both, because we've seen almost 25 to 30% CAGR for 5 years. So that probably rate is not sustainable. And we also saw that beyond a point, you're not able to push through that much also. So this year, while we had the budget, we were not able to push through the entire number. So maybe there's a physical limitation also to how much the government can do on its own. And probably it's time for the private sector to kick in. With incentives for taxpayers, a little bit of urban demand coming through. If capacity utilization in the systems comes through, then you probably will see the private sector also get into the investment phase.
Cross fingers for that, and we'll get more sectoral things going as well. But Mr. Sehta, just one quick thing on taxation before we get in Shanti Ekambaram and of course Hiral Johnson as well. But Mr. Sehta, somebody is asking about with the DTC in the offing, what do these limits that have been revised, what's the relevance? I mean, would some of these still hold? Is there any implication of the DTC coming in and the changes that have been made this time to the income tax limits?
Not at all. I don't think so. The new bill that she's talking about is primarily to bring about simplicity, more clarity, certainty, and so on. I don't think the tax thresholds and the rates that she has announced is likely to undergo any change whatsoever. That's coming in next week. And these proposals are effective from next year. I don't expect that the bill will do anything.
Okay, one quick follow-up, Mr. Sehta. Yes. Was there something that you were anticipating in terms of taxation with regards to foreign institutional investors, easing of any kind of processes or etc., which hasn't come about, or will it be in the fine print?
No, I think that will come in the fine print. But what I do feel is the customs changes are pretty good, both in terms of trying to promote exports, help industry, rationalize the structure, simplify and bring finality to some of the proceedings. So a lot of things there as well.
In fact, the FY26 capital expenditure has been set at 11.2 lakh crore. That's the number that has just come in. Exactly. Okay. So that's going to be interesting. That's a good number basis the estimates that you were putting in as well. So does this mean actually tell you that, yes, this is going to be a capital focused budget and the vote bank is going to be happy with this as per the schemes that have been announced as well?
Which vote bank is it?
Exactly. We're talking about,
because the market vote bank, which is exactly. This vote.
But with this number and the tax slab, you're taking a push in terms of consumption to some extent. Yeah. So I think there is some bit of positivity, Tamanna, with regards to the middle class.
Yeah, no, of course. Before you answer that, I just want to get a view from Shanti Ekambaram. She's been waiting by, of course, Deputy Managing Director of Kotak Mahindra Bank. Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking with us here at NDTV Profit. And let's start with your first take on the budget. Capex number has just come in, as Hiral has told us. It's maybe better than what was expected. We didn't manage to spend all of the budgeted Capex last year. What do you think is the one big highlight in your view?
I think putting more money in the hands of middle class for consumption, savings and investment was expected and was delivered in my view. The fiscal prudence of 4.4 is very good. While we have to get into the details, one of the things we saw this year was that growth had slowed down because of the slowdown of capital expenditure by the government. So while the number that you talked about just now says 11 lakhs, how much they spend and how much they upfront the spending is a direct impact on growth. What ails us right now is the economy has slowed down and we need to pump prime the growth of the economy. I think the budgets have snippets of how to do it, whether it's agriculture, MSME, putting more hands in hands of people. But in my mind, fiscal prudence and putting money in the hand of the middle class, to me, are the two things that really stood out amongst the many small nuggets that were there in the budget.
Okay, Mr. Ekambaram, the thing that we are grappling with is, and good afternoon, Neeraj here, is that one, there is a lot of change made to taxation, as you said, and on the revised base of 10.18, an FY26 capex number of 11.2 lakh crores, which has just come in now, suggests that near circa 10% growth. So that and no big and fiscal consolidation attained too as well. In some sense, the three big things, the troika of the three big things that people were watching out for, seem to have been ticked partially, if not fully.
So, which is what I said. They have committed to 11 lakhs capex, but I think it needs to be upfronted. Last year, one of the issues, Neeraj, was that it was back-ended, of course, due to elections and many other factors. Second, by doing 11 lakh crores, yet increasing, maintaining fiscal prudence is a question that's not fully answered because the tax receipts, there's a reduction of 1 lakh crores by way of giving, the middle class the exemption up to 12 lakhs. But there is also the increase in tax collection significantly by about close to 7 or 10%. So I think we need to do the math, the secret behind the numbers. But right now at a macro level, higher capex, lower fiscal deficit, more jobs for the middle class, and keeping it is a little bit of a mystery that we have to work out. But if it happens, I think that's the best thing for the economy. I think we have to address growth. Fiscal done, monetary will probably follow, but I think we have to address growth because you saw the economic survey. 6.3 to 6.8 is far lower than what India needs to grow, which is 7.5 to 8%.
Mr. Ekambaram, Hiral on this side, taking both these aspects into consideration, how are you expecting then the RBI to move this week, next week on Friday, because that's the other aspect on the rate cut cycle that everyone is watching out for?
So what is very important pre to a rate cut is really liquidity. And if you saw that the markets have been in a seizure on liquidity. But I think last week, Reserve Bank came with a slew of measures that gave a ton of liquidity to the market. In my view, that's a precursor to a rate cut in the February policy. And I personally expect a 25 basis points rate cut. I think from an inflation standpoint, we are not yet there. But I think it's always a balance between growth and inflation. Yes, inflation has not reached a sustainable 4%, but I think growth has slipped quite a lot. So my own expectation is a 25 basis points rate cut. But more importantly, we will be looking for the narrative on how liquidity can be provided because it is important for credit flow to the various sectors, it's important for deposit flow to the banks, and it's important for a good market to find the right rates.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Ekambaram, you said growth is the push that is required. From the Capex figure that we have, do you think that there is enough boost for that growth? Because yes, consumption on one end, middle class, sounds good, feels great, superb headline tomorrow. But the growth issue, do you think that has been addressed adequately?
I don't think just spending by the government is going to only spending by the government will give us the growth. I think we have to stimulate private sector. And I think 2-3 things that they talked about in the budget, ease of doing business, right? Whether it's, facilitating exports, whether it is facilitating manufacture in India, whether it is boosting the MSME sector to invest more, or bringing productivity and gains in agriculture sector. It cannot just be achieved by only the government spending capex. They have to stimulate the economy across various sectors, and investment from the private sector has to follow. Second, foreign capital investments across segments. For example, the insurance sector raising the stake to 100%, provided they invest the premium in India, was surprising. At least I did not expect it. So I think is important to stimulate. So the rest of what they talked about need to happen. Very important, ease of doing business and amongst the various segments I talked about.
Ms. Egambaram for joining us. So execution is going to be key from here on as well across parameters. But let's actually head across to Alex because he's going to get us the breakup with regards to the FM's big budget bonanza that has come in for the middle class. I think from what I read, it's going to be the biggest income tax relief since 1997. That's what the word that we're picking up. Alex, break it up for us.
Well, I don't know if I'll go that far back, but certainly if you think about it, and I've been working for about 14, 15 years, right? So if you go back to about 2010 or thereabouts, 10 lakh rupees was the threshold for the highest tax slab. And that was at that point thought to be a decent amount of money to be earning every year. And above that, it was taxed at 30%. Now take a look at inflation. If you assume that over the last 15 years we've had 7% or thereabouts inflation, then the value of that 10 lakh is approximately 24-25 lakh at this juncture. The slab changes that have been done today acknowledge the impact of inflation on the pocket of the middle class, and it's been changed to give some relief. And a relief is maybe an understatement. Take a look at the major announcement. Of course, these are how the new tax slabs look. You'll be forgiven for not knowing exactly what it stood at last year because I'll remind you, right? So 0 to 3 lakh was the lowest tax slab that is raised to 0 to 4 lakh. It's 0%. 3 to 7 was the earlier slab. It is now standing at 4 to 8%, which is 5%. 8 to 12 goes up to 10%. 12 to 16 goes up to 15%. 16 to 20 is 20%. 20 to 24 is 25%. And above 24 is 30%. In the previous new tax regime, any income above 15 lakh rupees was taxed at 30%. So already there's a huge relief that is being provided. What is more, the earlier rebate was on income up to 7 lakh rupees. What that meant is that if you earned up to 7 lakh rupees in taxable income, you would not effectively be paying any tax. That has now been raised to 12 lakh rupees in the new tax regime, which means that if you are earning a taxable income of up to 1 lakh rupees per month, you're not going to be paying any tax in the form of income tax. The clarification that is going to be required is going to be what she meant, what the finance minister meant about the special income. She specified about capital gains. And the interpretation currently is that if you earn even less than 12 lakh rupees, but if you have an element of capital gains in that total income that you earn in the year, then you will not be able to claim that rebate and you will have to pay basis the slabs. This is something that has to be clarified.
Okay, Alex, thanks so much for that. But I want to draw the attention back to markets because they are, well, if not taking it on the chin, certainly languishing. IT is down 1.45%, but I think the index which deserves a special mention is BSE Cap Goods Index. Capital goods is being taken to the cleaners. From an ABB to a Siemens to a BEL, L&T, all of them are getting a punishment because the street seems to be disappointed for now with the Capex numbers, 10.18 lakh crores for FY25, and on top, on that base, 11.2. But if you look at the earlier estimates of nearly 11 lakh crores, there is almost no growth in Capex. Mihir Vora, you are showing me a chart around capital expenditure, but clearly the street right now is very, very disappointed with the Capex number that has come out.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, I would say, considering that the base was already low. You know, you are seeing a 10% increase in the budget, and I think this combined with the fact that you are probably providing almost 1 lakh crores of subsidies to the taxpayer is not a bad outcome, frankly, as we discussed in the morning. But it's going to be a balancing act.
The capital intensive industry
Absolutely,
sector,
yeah.
is this a disappointment? The valuations that they are trading at, so on and so forth?
See, this has been one of the sharpest hit sectors in any case in the last 3 months or so, right, from the peak.
Right.
So I don't think too much was being built into the prices in any case. Probably in the last couple of days we saw this uptick, and that's what's being corrected.
Okay, whole host of speakers joining in right now for their view. We are speaking to Mayank Shah from Parle. Great time to get a view on consumption. We're joined by KK Mistry. Want to get his view very quickly on what we can expect as well. We have the Macquarie view on markets as well. So we'll get to all of it one by one. Sandeep Bhatia also joins in. Sandeep, great to speak with you today as well. So Sandeep Bhatia, Mayank Shah and KK Mistry joining us for this leg of the conversation. And, I actually, Mayank, I should see the biggest smile on your face. More people have money to buy your biscuits. So, which is why let me start with your take first.
Absolutely. So, that's getting reflected in the FMCG index as we, speak.
Yeah.
But I think, this was much anticipated and much expected. And I think, full marks to the finance minister for doing it. This is going to really, spur demand for consumer goods. And, looking at the kind of challenges that most consumer goods were facing in last almost about 2-3 years, this is something that's going to be of a great help to all the consumer goods company. I think, 12 lakh rupees, effectively, along with standard deduction, 12.75 lakh rupees of tax-free income, I think, is a big move and a very bold move by finance minister. This is definitely going to result into, spur in or a jump in, demand of consumer goods. That's one. As if that was not enough, I think, almost every expectation that most consumer good companies had, right from, accelerating rural demand. So, budget was all about, acceleration in growth. And that's what, FM has lived up to when she talked about Pradhan Mantri Dhan Dhanya Yojana, where she's talking about, 100 districts being focused on for agricultural initiatives, or even, urban infrastructure, where she talked about the second engine of growth, MSMEs, and, increasing their annual turnover limit by 2.5 and 2x, so as that they can grow. That's going to generate more employment. So that's another thing I think, both put together, I'm talking about the agri initiative, first engine of growth and the second MSME, that's going to generate enough and more employment in the rural and urban India, which is going to have a direct impact on the demand. So having done that, I think, the other important and salient things that one needs to mention about the kind of initiatives taken by FM are even the Urban Challenge Fund, where they are talking about driving transformation of cities. So all this spends on infrastructure, urban as well as rural, are going to generate jobs.
Cross fingers, Mr. Shah. Sorry, just getting in other panelists in the conversation as well. But this is great to get an opening thought from you. As Tamanna said, you would be a happy man. Mr. Mistry, bond markets would be happy as well, I presume. Don't know much about the Capex intensive industries because they are not very happy with the Capex growth. Your initial thoughts, sir? Fixed deficit, Capex, personal tax, what have you?
All right. I think firstly, the budget is very broad-based. It's covered so many areas and so many facets of the economy which are critical. You have focused on agriculture, you have focused on MSME, you have focused on education, transport, tourism, energy, export, all of that. And most important, as the earlier speaker said, is the fact that with the lowering of the tax rates and the increase in the minimum exemption limit, clearly it will spur consumption. So what was it we were looking for in the budget? I was looking at for 3 or 4 things. First thing I was looking for was consumption, which very clearly has been met. I think the consumption boost in the economy is a huge boost that we will see in the days to come. Second, I was looking at job creation, and I think there are enough measures in the budget to facilitate job creation, whether it's in the MSME sector, whether it's in the rural sector, or in various other sectors of the economy. So these were the 2 broad things that we were looking at. And I think both these have been met. Growth, I think we are still too premature to say that, you mentioned that the Some of the infra companies, the stocks are down. I think we need to understand the budget a little more before saying that, before commenting on that. I think there is growth. There will be growth, because when you reduce the tax rates, you automatically increase consumption. When you increase consumption, the manufacturer needs to produce more to satisfy that demand, which automatically creates more jobs and creates growth in the economy. So we need to understand a little better. I also think it is growth oriented.
Sure, Mr. Mistry, I appreciate that. Just saying that somehow the street anticipated, went for the headline numbers, and on that front, it seems to be disappointed because the market is giving that verdict. Maybe it's a false alarm, and as our guest Mihir Vora was saying, the index has corrected so much already, maybe not too much of downside left here.
Absolutely, and I think in terms of the Capex number, the number that we're tracking, probably the markets are looking at it in a positive way, but there is a correction in the market, so we cannot rule that out, Neeraj, as you're saying. But let's also take this question with Sandeep Bhatia. Sandeep, good afternoon. Your first cut in terms of how are you looking at the budget, with the numbers that have come in, specifically with the fiscal deficit, and in turn, if you have to look at the Capex, because the markets are really not reading it well now.
As the previous two speakers have said, I think this is a budget which is balancing many things. Focusing on one number is a wrong way to look at and evaluate any budget. Definitely not this one. I think the patient is taking the medicine which the doctor ordered. The patient needed a consumption boost, and that's what is getting administered, and that's a good thing. Capex is definitely not. There's no space for giving a Capex boost and a consumption boost in the budget. So simple as that. You have to make a choice, and I think the doctor has made a right choice. So that's where it is. I think on the whole, if the market is falling, well, market and economy are correlated over long periods of time, and in the near term, anything can happen in the market. A lot of things, the kind of run up we have had, that itself warrants a correction, in my view, for the stock indices, and that's what's happening. And that's also actually in the end healthy for the markets. If market price is correct, that's also in the end definitely a good thing.
Sandeep, while we were listening to your answer here, our studio guests are saying our market is throwing a tantrum. Because
that's what Mr. Mistry said as well, by the way.
Yeah, something which Mr. K.K. Mistry said as well, just from the point of view that, there was this ask to boost consumption that has come in. There is a lot of clarity in direction, PLI schemes, manufacturing, just that broad direction is in place. What is your take on this, Sandeep? Was too much expected, or is there not enough to really trigger that growth that was becoming a concern?
The growth concerns have been there for good reason, and I would also moderate everyone's expectations that just because of this tax cut, that doesn't mean growth concerns will go away immediately overnight. People are not going to rush out and spend to buy cars or biscuits or anything else just because there's a tax cut. People need to earn the income and then do the spending. So in the end, markets always are like a spoiled brat. If you give them one thing, they'll say, I want something more in addition to what you just gave me. I think this is what can be done, and what could have been done has been done. So I would.
Okay, Mr. Mistry. Yeah, no, fair call, Sandeep, and points well taken. Mr. Mistry, a couple of questions to you before we thank you. One of them is on the fisc deficit glide path, and the fact that the belief was that there needs to be a boost given to growth, and the FM seems to have chosen the consumption route to do that, as you said. Could the thought process also be that we've gone out and tried the Capex route, fronting up the Capex, waiting for the private sector to come in, hasn't happened, consumption has suffered in that interim, might as well try and give a boost to consumption, because such a kind of tax move has not been done, as Mr. Seta said, in a really long time.
No, I agree. I completely agree. I think the growth will come, but I think Sandeep said the growth will come with maybe a little bit of a lag, because when you reduce the tax rates, you increase consumption. When you increase consumption, you automatically will result in more demand, and more demand will result in more growth, but it will come with a lag of maybe a couple of quarters. So growth focus is very much there, and the reduction in the fiscal deficit is, in my view, a good sign. The target was 4.9. Now we are talking of 4.8 for this year and 4.4 for next year, as compared to the 4.5 that we had previously. So I think good. It will help the bond market, number one. Number two, it could help India in the rating also at some point of time. the rating outlook could, obviously these things would help towards a rating outlook. And I think if we can continue the glide towards fiscal consolidation, then I think it's a good measure. Tax collections have been very buoyant. Tax collection target is also fairly strong in the sense that there is a 10% increase in the tax target for next year, despite the fact that there is almost 1 lakh crores lost because of the reduction in the increase in the exemption limit.
Mr. Mistry, just on the point about increasing FDI in insurance, your take on how it will impact the sector. Do you think there'll be any takers from the Indian insurance companies right now for that additional FDI coming in? Is it more signaling than an actual impact that we could see in this space?
Initially, it is signaling. It may not directly result in too many companies coming and increasing their stake. But having said that, in the long term, it's a good signal to give to the market. I wish they could also do it for the banking sector, because that would give a direct benefit to the capital markets. Because if you look at the MSCI index, which is where most of these passive funds invest from, the MSCI index takes into account the fact that the shareholding by foreigners in bank is capped at 74%. If that is increased to 100%, then automatically our weightage in the index will go up. And if that goes up, that brings in more foreign money into India, without in any way affecting ownership, because the ownership of banks is very strictly controlled by RBI.
Mr. Mistry, we'll let you go on that note. Thank you so much for talking to us and giving us your sense. And, we'll come to Mayank Shah and of course, Sandeep Bhatia as well in a moment from now. But Mr. Sethta and Mihir with us. And Mihir, a word on insurance. You come from an insurance background. One is, of course, the limits. Who would go out and sell 100%? So is there a benefit of increasing the FDI limit from 75 to 100 within the current large insurance companies? And part two, just a personal finance question there. Since the exemption is now at 12 lakhs, does it at the margin reduce the attractiveness of insurance for tax saving purposes for that bucket? And is that the reason why the stocks are down?
I guess so. But on the first question, you're right. There's not many companies which are going to immediately sell out to foreigners, but as Mr. Mistry said, it's more of a signaling thing that we are open for business. We are getting more open as a economy, and I think a couple of years ago, anyway, from the exemptions point of view, you saw some reductions in exemptions for insurance in any case, especially on the ULIP side. So I think this is more of a continuation of the same. So, but we saw that the industry growth really did not falter. So ultimately, products which are being sold are being sold, and I don't think apart from an immediate blip, there should be a big impact to the sector per se.
Okay. Markets right now down, about Nifty about 0.5% down. Nifty IT really taking a knock in the last few minutes. Let's just pull up the intraday of that index as well, about 1.5% down. Those pain points coming in now. I mean, you could call the market a spoiled brat. You could say whatever you want, but the fact is, market's not reacting too positively. What's the view right now, Sandeep Bhatia? Are there opportunities that you can see based on this budget to start shoring up positions from an equity perspective? Or would you wait and see what really comes at the end of corporate season? Because once the budget buzz dies down, we're back to brass tacks.
I think we are always back to brass tacks every day of the week. So I think essentially what my base case assumption is that we see consolidation of the fisc, which has happened. We will see pressure on the rupee. I think that's not being discussed in this on this panel. I would expect continued pressure on the rupee, especially if the tariffs go up globally. One of the ways which countries will move to counter US tariffs is to depreciate their currencies against that. And similarly, even if there are no high tariffs against India, to meet tariff on competing countries, Indian rupee will also need to depreciate. In that, I think exporters will do good, and even as I mentioned, discretionary consumption, Maruti looks good in the near term, especially because there's a pay commission for central government employees and state government employees, which will kick in next year. So discretionary consumption, exporting businesses definitely look good in the near term. The other thing is private banks. Indian fisc remains in a healthy state. And private banks, some of them are very cheap now. And also the overhang of excessive ownership by FIIs have gone away. So to that extent, private banks look good.
Okay.
So Sandeep, let's look at the defense number as well. The FY26 capital outgo at 1.8 lakh crores. If you pull up all the companies as well, don't seem to be taking it really well. How are you looking at it?
I saw a paper which discusses that even the defense spending is lower than the outgo. It's unfortunate that our decision making and bureaucracy cannot spend the money which is given to them for defense. Our geopolitical situation is very difficult across all most of our land bordering countries. I would think, therefore, I would focus on using the money spend rather than looking at whether the money has got allocated or not, because almost, I think, out of 10 years, maybe 1 or 2 years, the money was left unspent, what was allocated. So that's good. I think the US will also put pressure on India to buy US equipment. We'll have to see what is on offer and what is needed by our forces. And in any way, these things have long-term impact. Even if you make an order today, we know for a long time that even our our aircrafts which are coming from HAL have been behind schedule. So all these are good numbers to talk on a day when the budget is announced. But life is, as you said, back to brass tacks.
Quick word from Mayank, yeah.
Just before you go to Mayank, just wanted to do this clarification because there is a lot of confusion around the defense allocation.
Yeah.
So FY26 allocation is at 1.8 trillion versus 1.59 for FY25, and that 1.59 is been revised, and FY25 has been revised downwards from 1.72 to 1.59. But at 1.8 for FY26, it's anyways higher than the budgeted earlier number given and the revised budgeted as well. So both. Yeah. So FY26 is anyways not a bad number.
So it's the same situation as the overall Capex.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas you are seeing a 10% growth on the revised lower estimates for FY25.
Yes.
But not so much of a growth from the original
budgeted 5%.
So that would be from 11.1 trillion to 11.2. So that is just absolutely same. But defense is still okay. We should see what some of those defense stocks are also doing. On the consumption point, Swiggy up, Zomato up. I just wanted to get this point from you, Mayank. How much of a boost do you think consumption will make to the prime question of private capex? Now, for example, if you see enough of a demand boost, does it encourage you as a large company to expand more, spend more? Why has that private capex not been coming in?
As I shared earlier also, I think last 3 years were challenging. And the biggest challenge that most consumer companies faced was inflation, input material inflation. And that was the reason why there was impact on demand. Initially, we saw a slowdown in rural demand. Post that, since last few months, we are seeing, sluggish urban demand. Now, once demand goes up, there definitely would be expansion that would be happening. So I think, I would agree with some of the panelists, who earlier said that markets are throwing tantrums, especially when it comes to capital goods. Capital goods basically are produced means of production. Today, if we are talking about increase in demand in consumer goods, there definitely is going to be an impact that's going to be there on the capital goods as well. May not be on all the capital good companies, but yeah, some of them or most of them would be manufacturing, machineries or, capital goods to produce consumer goods. So I'm saying, in long run, it's going to be beneficial. When you are spurring consumer demand, I think, net, we are talking about, impact that's going to happen across, broad-based entire economy. That wouldn't be selective to, let's say, a particular sector or a particular category.
Okay, Mayank, thank you so much for joining in today. Sandeep Bhatia, thank you so much for your time. I would say not half bad. I mean, markets are taking some time to warm up to what the finance minister is saying. But truth be told, the consumption story has got a big boost this morning. I'm just looking at some of the leaders in the broader markets. A Campus Active, about 13.5% up, obviously because of that footwear scheme that has been announced. A Bikaji Foods, I want to pull up and see what a Zomato and a Swiggy are also doing. A Trent moving there, a Blue Star moving there, disposable income good for all of these companies, and you can see that sharp spike there. We're taking a very short break, but we'll be right back with our next set of speakers and give you a more detailed analysis of the budget fine print. What exactly are the details coming in of where allocation has been made? This is the day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profit's research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Welcome back. The budget bonanza has definitely come in for anyone who pays taxes. Maybe those who are trading in the markets right now are waiting to see the silver lining, but for taxpayers, this has been everything you could expect. Some of the best tax relief in decades that has come in. At last count, we saw from 1997 onwards. So no tax till 12 lakh rupees of income and then onwards. The Nifty now recovering from its lows of the day. But what you're seeing working in the market right now is completely reflecting this. The push to consumption. The street asked for it. Every economist, every company, every businessman asked for it, and it has come. Where you're seeing a sharp focus on consumption, which is why you see today a Godrej Consumer, an Avenue Supermart, a Blue Star, all of this working. Hiral and Neeraj, this is clearly a push for consumers. But the other thing, Tamanna, and I think, you know, before the budget announcement happened, we were saying that maybe Feb 7 is more important, right? Does the 4.8 and 4.4 number set the stage for a rate cut next week? Because the government is telling the RBI that we are walking the path of fiscal consolidation. Now, can you give that little push? Because the RBI has already done that in a little bit, right? So is that the big thing? And I think we'll go to Lakshmi here as well. But Mir, final set of questions to you. Bond markets would be a happy place right now. I'm just trying to understand from an investor's perspective, right? Large cap, mid cap versus small cap. Is there a change now that you would do? And would the fixed income funds come into equation currently?
I think the borrowing number is not all right. So it's broadly in line with what we were expecting. So I think from the bond market point of view, it's a business as usual budget. People are expecting 4.5. 4.4 is an even better number. And I think we are back to business as usual, I would say. the more the budget remains a non-event, the better for the economy, right?
This is hardly a non-event. Here, I wouldn't say it's a non-event. Mihir, there were cheers when she was announcing that. Like there were cheers going up.
Absolutely.
No, but no big surprises, negative surprises. That makes the budget a non-event, thankfully, from that perspective.
And remember, we started by saying, in this budget, no bad news will be good news.
Right. But there is some good news. There is some good news. But why is the market not seeing it then?
Because I think the markets are reacting the same way they've been reacting to earnings. Bad news, you're beaten down. Good news, you don't really move that much. I think that's what we are following even with the budget commentary, I think, Tamanna.
Yeah, Lakshmi Iyer with us this morning. I keep saying morning, afternoon. It's 1 o'clock now. The budget day just goes by in a whiz. CEO, Investments and Strategy, Kotak Alternate Asset Management. Lakshmi, I know you have the right dialogue and the right tune ready for what you've seen in the budget, but I will leave it to you, your first comment on what you've made of the budget math and the announcements today. Lakshmi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, you can. Okay, so I was saying, I know you have exactly the right way to encapsulate what we've seen in the budget. I don't know if it's going to be a dialogue, a tune, or a song, but what have you made of this time's budget?
So I don't know of any dialogue, but what I could think of is that market wanted both Karan and Arjun, and they said Karan Arjun aayenge, and Karan Arjun meant Capex boost and consumption growth both. As of now, it seems to be more tilted towards the consumption boost, which is, through the direct tax rationalization, or for that matter, self-occupied property, the annual value that you declare from 1 to 2, I think all of that clearly means that there is more, propelling the discretionary consumption boost, which is definitely good news from a market standpoint. I think, and they've tried to kind of, get in quite a few sectors, whether it's tourism, whether it's hotel industry, of course, healthcare, pharma. I think all of that put together, seems to be that the weekend is going to be quite active.
Lakshmi, the weekend is going to be quite active, but what does this tell you with regards to the coming Friday when we have the RBI coming in as well? Has this actually set the tone in terms of what they could do?
Well, I would say the RBI already kind of did a quasi-easing by doing some liquidity measures early last week. And there probably could be more to follow. So I think, and of course, the budget living or, staying within the fiscal path of consolidation or discipline is another positive check the box. Are these necessary and sufficient conditions to probably go in for a rate cut? I still would probably do like a toss of a coin, quite difficult, and with a tad higher probability saying that maybe that, instead of a Feb easing, can you push it to an April easing? Is it going to move the needle materially? Well, probably not, because we have to look at what's happening globally also. Of course, domestically, things also are, kind of falling in line, but globally, things are not completely in our control yet.
Lakshmi, thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate your time. And take a moment to thank our budget think tank, Mr. Pranav Sehta, Mr. Mihir Vora. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in today and giving us your thoughts. Really appreciate your time. Okay, we have a special guest with us, Dr. Anish Shah, Group CEO and Managing Director of Mahindra Group, joins us right now on the show. Dr. Shah, thanks so much for joining in. It's a budget that has kind of played the balancing act on 2 or 3 counts. But most importantly, if the cheer in our newsroom is anything to go by, there is the big bonanza given to taxpayers. How do you see this?
Viewers, good afternoon. We see 3 major themes of this budget. One is the demand stimulus, which was much needed. And the bonanza to taxpayers is something that should translate into expenditure. And that's going to be a positive for increasing capacity utilization for companies and thereby private sector capex, which is one area that has been in focus for quite some time now. The second big theme is Make in India. And this is, again, essential for an economy that has to grow many multiples over the next few years. And here we've got many different incentives around capital goods imports being cheaper, addressing the inverted duty structure in most cases, ease of doing business. And these are all factors that will go a long way in ensuring that the cost of manufacturing in India becomes lower and India becomes more competitive in the world. There is obviously a lot more to be done on this front, but these are steps very much in the right direction. And the third major theme is inclusive development, with a focus on agri, on MSMEs, on skilling. These are all factors and ecosystems that are required for both manufacturing and services, and obviously the agri sector as well. So in all, this is a budget that has balanced various factors, in our view, very well, and continues to drive the strong fundamentals of the economy and hopefully takes us out of some of the speed bumps we've seen in the recent past.
Anish, Hiral on this side, you mentioned about the demand stimulus. To add to that, we've already seen a tax hike that came in terms of, second-hand cars, which was also a booster dose for OEMs. How are you looking at this for the auto sector then?
I think the auto sector still has a long way to go from a growth standpoint. So I would look at more fundamentals that help us in the long run. The focus on EV is very positive right now. The measures that the government has put in place have helped take three-wheeler penetration in EV from 0 to 25%, and it will go to 100% in the next 3 to 5 years. Four-wheelers, we've just started the journey. We are at 1.5 to 2% right now. But again, the measures the government has taken will help us take that penetration to 30% or even higher. So we're looking more at long-term. Some of the shorter-term measures around used cars are really not a very significant impact. What is of a greater impact is, as I said earlier, measures that help us manufacture in India for the world, because we are in a position to do that now.
Dr. Shah, Tamanna here, and this is just such a interesting budget to look at. Every time we say that non-event, this time there is a real push towards consumption. And I know you've talked about how you see it pairing out. Do you think that if there is more disposable income in the hands of people with the push that has been given to EV in terms of battery, custom duties, etc., that the real pivot for the industry, for the auto industry on EV comes now after this budget?
I think this is just one factor, Tamanna, that adds to everything else. Because EV starts with a product that is a wow product, where customers look at it and say, I really want this. We have to address the range anxiety, which again, we've done with our born electric products. We've got to ensure that there is a reasonable ecosystem for charging, which is coming up very rapidly now. And the consumption boost will help not just the auto industry, but many industries. So it's a clear positive for the economy.
Just one last word, sir, on the Capex figure. Yes, it is a 10% jump after the revised estimates, but everything was expected from the finance minister: consumption boost, Capex boost, spend on all fronts. Do you think that the Capex figure, you would have hoped to see a higher one? Is there any disappointment there at all?
And can I just add to that, Dr. Shah, that the same question that Tamanna has asked? There is a provision of how the government has done a 40% increase in the grants given for capacity creation. So in some sense, pushing the private sector to put up the Capex.
I think, Neeraj, that's a very important point. And going back to the question earlier, 10% is good, as long as that is actually delivered. And with what you just said, Neeraj, around the private sector incentives and the consumption, that will enable a lot more private sector Capex as well. So we were straddling a fine balance here. The balance was consumption, Capex, and fiscal discipline. And I think on all three grounds, this budget delivers very well.
Dr. Shah, actually one final question from my end, and that would be that before the budget, the feeling was that there should not be any bad news. And the market was grappling with, will there be changes to long-term, short-term capital gains tax, fisc deficit or fisc tightening, and Capex growth. Aside of Capex growth, on where the opinion might be a bit divided, the other two have fully ticked marked, right? So in that sense, is this probably the best case outcome then one could have hoped for the budget? Because you can't, you're juggling too many balls, you can't hold all of them.
Yes, that's right. A budget is not a magic wand. A budget is one that has to build upon various actions taken over many years. And this is one that builds upon those actions well. It addresses some of the short-term concerns we've seen. It keeps in place the longer term focus on capex, which will have a multiplier effect. It maintains a fiscal discipline. It addresses a number of areas that are required to make manufacturing in India a lot more competitive. So all of those counts, this is a budget that I think is very well thought through and will have a big positive step forward for the economy.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anisha, Group CEO and Managing Director, Mahindra Group, there on the budget. And I think that's going to be the refrain, guys, from what you would expect from corporate India. Because they said, get people to come and spend, and then we will increase, setups. The private capex will come and people spend. The chicken and egg.
Look at the gains, Tamanna. Trent, Avenue Supermarts, Godrej Consumer, Blue Star, Sapphire Foods, just gone all across. CLSA 3 days ago said that FMCG is now the biggest overweight for them, contrary to everything else. I mean, this is a blowout move for consumption stocks for sure. Westlife, Phoenix Mills, premium, mid-income, mass. Everything has gotten a boost.
It's actually looking like consumption versus the rest now.
Yeah, it is.
In the market's perspective, that's exactly what we are seeing right now. And whether this will, and now the question will be, Neeraj, valuations. We were all talking about valuations versus what's happening to consumption. I think the tables have turned.
Yes, most certainly.
And the other thing that we need to also
just one second, Hiral. B. Tyagarajan, Chairman of CII Trade Fairs Council, speaking with our colleague Shimi Chaudhary in our CII setup in Delhi. Let's just cut into that conversation very quickly.
Categories of low. If we are increasing the consumption, that is a step towards becoming globally competitive. See, already there is a PLI scheme which is working well, and it is a successful scheme. And this consumption story complements that effort, and it is something very important, wanted, and it was also not expected to this extent. Taking it straight away to 12 is a great step. At the same time, maintaining the fiscal discipline is laudable.
Is important. And what about the capex? We have seen that the estimate have been reduced for the current fiscal year FY25, and for FY26 they kept it very moderated. You think that government is not quite confident about investing in infrastructure and other stuff?
I don't think so. The issue would have been, I'm guessing, there is enough capex that had been sanctioned. At execution may be the focus there, and we have to get the projects executed. Again, 10 lakh crore plus of an investment is significant, even though it is 8% lower than last year. So I will not be worried. But the two other things are important and good. One is the National Manufacturing Mission focused on MSMEs and startups. So that is good. The exports focus is good. That is the need of the hour. And bringing the subject of certain categories like toys, that there is an aspiration we will become the global hub. That is good. And energy security issue, that how we will do this transition in the next 5 years, that nuclear initiative is also good. So while maintaining the fiscal discipline and addressing here and now issues is laudable.
Okay, Rashesh Shah joining in, Chairman of Edelweiss Group. As we break up the budget, Mr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. It's been quite a day, and Finance Minister saved the best for the last, made sure that there was a grand exit after that budget speech. Do you think that this is the tonic that was required for the economy?
Yeah, I think raising the tax slab and making sure up to 12 lakh rupees no tax is paid is a big boost, especially urban demand, because our urban consumption had been slowing down. So I think that was a big move. And obviously, as you said, she held it for the last because this was, I think, the highlight of the entire budget. The other highlight, I would say, is the announcement of the new income tax code. I think that was long awaited. We have a lot of expectations out of that because that will simplify the long old, the long complicated income tax code that we have had. So I think that will be a good one. For people like us, I think the 100% FDI in insurance is a very bold announcement. It was on the anvil for a long time, but there were a lot of political pushes and pressures on that. So I think even that announcement shows that the government wants to grow the insurance industry, which is actually going to be also required because a long-term Capex, capital formation, insurance is going to play a big role because a lot of the long-term capital comes from insurance savings in India. So I think all these are good moves. I always believe that I think India needs to grow at 8% a year. I do think the announcement in the budget of, it appears that the growth rate will be 6.8 or so in real terms and about 10.1 in nominal terms is too low. I was hoping that we have 11 to 12% nominal GDP growth rate, which means we need to be at between 7 to 8% GDP growth rate. So I would have been happy with more, aggressive moves on consumption as well as government capex. I think the first half government capex will be very critical. So whatever they're spending for the year, if they can front end it and spend it in the first half, it will be very helpful. But overall, I think fairly conservative approach to the overall fiscal deficit. And I think the idea is to keeping in mind the bond market. India is going to be part of the global bond indices. We should get a lot of bond inflows into India. I think the idea is to keep that in mind. And, historically we've seen if you try to keep the bond market investors happy, the equity market investors are not happy. And if you keep the equity market investors happy, the bond market investors are not happy.
That's true. But has this budget done that act of doing what is necessary right now, Mr. Shah, part one? But very quickly, I'm squeezing in one more question. This insurance FDI moving from 75 to 100, it's not that at 75% too many people were selling off their stakes any which ways. So this move, symbolic as it is, does it result into any specific gains? I mean, I know you are maybe a related party too, so I'm kind of tongue-in-cheek asking you this question.
It will help a lot. There are a lot of global large insurance companies which have been wanting to come to India, and either they could not find a good partner or they wanted 100% control. So I think 100% it will spur investments in the industry because, as you know, the first round of investment in insurance happened via the banks. But as we all know, banks are now, they don't have so much capital surplus anymore. So the next round of investments will not come from banks or the corporate houses in India, but will come from the foreign investors. So I think the international insurance companies, strategic investors will see this 100% FDI insurance as a big move. It will spur more capital into insurance sector. I think, IRDA has announced insurance for all by 2047. I think that will need a lot of capital. So I'm hoping that will also happen. So overall, I think insurance good. Capex, I do think private capex will only come when demand picks up. Neeraj, we've been seeing capacity utilization hover at about 75. I've always seen that capacity utilization, when it crosses 80, is where the private capex will start. So I think we are still far away from private capex driving the economy in big way. Exports will also not be a big driver in this current year because there are a lot of global changes that are happening. So I think government capex will be a big one, and the middle class consumption, especially urban consumption, will be a driver. I think both of them have got enough in this particular budget. But I would have been happy with a slightly more aggressive growth.
Mr. Shah, you mentioned about happy with a slightly aggressive growth. So what do you think should have been the give from the government? Because at least on the taxation front, it seems that they have incentivized the middle class, right? And when you talk about the capex, yes, it is going to be important that the government needs to spend in the first half, but to add to that, you need the private players to come in. Now, if that combination does not help, where do you see us?
See, the private players have not come in for last 4-5 years. You remember in 2019, we had cut the corporate taxes in India, waiting for the private sector to step up on Capex. I think there are many reasons for that, but one of the most important one is when we had urban consumption, the rural consumption was not there. Then COVID happened. Now the rural consumption is picking up, but the urban consumption is still pretty soft. And along with that, as I said, capacity utilization is not crossing 80%. So I think that will be the precursor to private capex. So I would have been more happy with more aggressive government capex for this year to be announced. I would have been more happy with, maybe more income tax relief for spending, consumption across, for foreign travel, all of that. If there were more specific stuff which would have said that we want to spur consumption, that would have been good. Along with that, I think if there was a bold announcement that we want to go for 8% growth and lay the groundwork, even if the FM had said that by 27 we want to be at 8% growth, so then the coming year FY26 is more like a bridge year to that, it would have been a lot more helpful in boosting, because the biggest problem is growth expectations. Unless growth expectations come back, animal spirits will not come back. Unless animal spirits come back, capex and all will still be muted as it has been.
Just getting your take, Mr. Shah, why do you think the market has reacted the way it has to the budget right now? Is it the nominal GDP growth number that you mentioned about, the feeling that the tax cuts are maybe not going to be enough and capex boost is what was needed?
Yeah, I think the market, but I also must admit, I think there was not a lot that the FM could have done to really boost growth in the short term. I believe that the RBI policy a week down the line will be more important for short term. So if you look at bank stocks and all, they have come back a little bit, but I don't think any announcement in the budget really affects the banks in the short term. I think RBI has a much larger impact. So I think the next week is going to be a lot more important from the growth expectation. I think the first half of the coming year, growth has to come back. We need to get back to 6.5 to 7% growth as fast as we can, because that is the minimum growth that we need to keep the optimism, the animal spirits, all of that going.
Got it. Mr. Shah, I really appreciate this time. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That's Rashesh Shah of Edelweiss. Well, in some manner, I think he said that this is what was needed. A lot of people want to come in, but the 100% was not there. I didn't want to ask him point blank, are you going to now sell out the state? But yeah, that's interesting. I think the other reason which I'm getting, and just need to verify this, but insurance, one of the other reasons why this could be down, because apparently the 10D benefit has been taken out for ULIPs. And ULIPs was a big growth trigger for insurance in the last 12 months. So if indeed that has happened, it will be a negative for insurance companies, and which is why maybe the HDFC Lives, etc., or the private sector ones would be down. Not Mediclaim. Let's get HDFC Life, ICICI Pru, and those are the names which
correct, and this will be with your new tax regime, right? So this
even the new tax regime along with it.
So that shift to the new tax regime is going to impact what you're saying.
That too.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think the important thing to do, and here's a quick plug-in. If you're wondering what is happening to your taxes, please go to NDTVProfit.com. You will find a tax calculator there. You don't need to look any further. Put in your numbers and figure out what your tax outgo is now. I think another thing which will be very important, guys, is old tax regime versus new tax regime.
Yes.
The push to move towards new tax regime and let go of those exemptions has been increasing year after year. I would say this is the most solid and strongest push yet to let go of all of that ATC, ATD, etc.
Yeah. Just go out. We are making it clear. Sorry, Hiral, you want to make something?
No, I was just saying that, and the differential that is coming in terms of the taxation is very minuscule. So if you have to, if you sit with a tax calculator with your new tax regime and the old tax regime, with what has happened, it's a minor difference say, I mean, you're saving around 5, 7, 8, 10,000, right? And that's what the government is now pushing, that get rid of it, come to the new tax regime.
I did this
exactly
2 days ago because that was our internal, deadline. And for the first time, I have moved to the new tax regime. I'm so happy I did that 2 days before the budget.
But with taxation, I think, Neeraj, one more sector that we need to look at very closely in terms of pharma. I think it is a sweet pill what's coming in terms of the custom duty which has been removed on the couple of drugs which are related to cancer. So that could be a positive on that one. On your bulk drugs, you're seeing some bit of positivity, and your medtech becomes crucial over here with the cancer centers and the daycare centers that they're setting up, right? So Siemens, Polymedicure, two of the names that come to the top of my mind right now.
Yeah, let's see how they go. Okay, but as we hit into a break, a big thumbs up coming in from SpiceJet's top boss Ajay Singh in an exclusive chat with Sisa. He said this budget is very positive. Listen in.
I think very positive budget. It focuses on fiscal prudence. It keeps fiscal deficit at 4.4%, which is a big achievement. Spending on infrastructure, ease of doing business, simplification. I think reduction of taxes for the middle class, which should lead to greater consumer spending, will give a big boost to the economy. I think all those are big positives. Exemption of income tax up to 12 lakh rupees, I think, is the single biggest announcement of this budget, and we commend the finance minister for that.
Specific to aviation, what are the key initiatives that you see as a key positive for the sector?
As you know, the Udan scheme has been one of the most successful schemes of the Modi government, and has led to great deal of connectivity in the country. I think about 80 new airports and 80 new destinations have been added under the scheme, and the scheme has been expanded over the last few years to other modes of air travel. I think the fact that the scheme was recognized in this budget, and the fact that the finance minister spoke about adding another 120 destinations and 4 crore new passengers under the scheme is a big positive, will change air connectivity in this country, completely transform it. She also spoke about developing 50 important tourism destinations in collaboration with the states and the private sector. Again, something that was a much needed announcement, and will boost tourism, boost travel in our country, and boost employment.
All right, sir. And lastly, how does SpiceJet, looks to leverage this opportunity to expand operations? SpiceJet
has been one of the most ardent supporters of Udan. We were the first private airlines that participated in the Udan, and we will significantly expand our footprint under Udan with the announcements of the finance minister.
This is the day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs, and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as... Welcome. This is Budget 2025 on NDTV Profit with what looks like a relatively shorter speech from the Finance Minister. Well, we have plenty of updates and a lot more in terms of analysis now. Well, I'm Agam Vakil and with me is Mahima Vachrajani. And we also have with us at the moment Saurabh Mukherjee. He's the founder and CIO at Marcellus Investment Managers. Harshvardhan Agarwal, President at FICCI and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Emami. And Anand Goenka, Senior Vice President of FICCI and Vice Chairman of RPG Group. Well, good afternoon to all of you and thanks so much for joining in. Saurabh, I start with your first take on what you made and what are the key highlights for you as far as this budget's concerned.
I think this is a very different budget to what we've seen in the last 5 years. I think this is a decisive change in direction from NDA. This is the first budget in 5 budgets. The Capex growth is as little as 10%. Historically, last 5 budgets has been 30%, so big pullback in Capex growth. And correspondingly, this is the first time in 5 years that the RevEx growth, revenue expenditure growth, which finances subsidies, that's growing in double digits after 5 budgets. So decisive change in direction away from Capex towards revenue expenditure. Obviously, as has been extensively commented, epic tax break for the middle class, something like 80,000-90,000 rupees in the pockets of middle class people will go a long way towards reviving consumption, which has been flagging in our country. And what was also interesting, leaving aside these sort of headline changes, what was also interesting was the emphasis on pro-poor, pro-SME. This is very similar to what the NDA had done in its first term, which I thought was the most constructive 5 years of NDA. NDA first term was doing terrific work. I think this looks like a return to NDA 1 rather than NDA 2, which I thought was a very different government. NDA 3, I think, has taken the message from the 2024 elections, which is look after the poor, look after the middle class. That's where the vote banks are.
Okay. Mr. Agarwal, I'll come to you, from the consumption side of things, big boost for consumption, no taxes up to 12 lakh rupees. And this is for the new tax regime, of course. And we're seeing, the consumption space picking up in the markets as well. How do you read that and what do you make of this?
I think, the announcement in regard to the no income tax till 12 lakh rupees, I think this is a big step from the government perspective and a very welcome move. From the industry perspective, specifically even from the FICCI, we have recommended the government an area, this is an area where and how, the consumption can improve. And ultimately, more money in the hand of the consumers is certainly going to help in more discretionary spend and more consumption and better GDP growth rate. So yes, we really welcome this move.
I mean, on the capital expenditure front, the government has maintained that they're looking to spend as much as 11.2 lakh crores in FY26. What does this number mean for not just your sector particularly, but, capital expenditure in general as a whole? Anand, this question was for you.
All right. No, I think this year it was at about 10.8 lakh crores. So from that perspective, there has been an increase. Certainly, we had hoped for a slightly higher increase in capital investment because of the multiplier effect that comes in. But on the other hand, I think the focus on manufacturing and number of areas that the government has focused on to promote manufacturing has been very positive, all the way from consumption towards the national manufacturing policy, promotion of exports through manufacturing, focus on future sectors such as nuclear energy, clean tech, electronics, EV batteries, all of that. I think those are areas which are seeing S-curves, and the government has chosen to bet in these areas for India to be self-reliant. So I think those are the very big positives that we are seeing. On the other hand,
right, there's a lot of things announced with respect to the aquaculture segment as well. There's government efforts to streamline the shrimp exports. There's custom duties which are being reduced. There's financial support to fisheries as well from the NABARD. There's policy incentives with respect to duty cuts with a lot of products like frozen fish paste, etc. Saurabh, I'll come to you on this one. Which of these stocks tend to benefit from this? Which of these companies in the listed space are benefiting the most from all of these initiatives taken?
I think this sort of micro tinkering, I wouldn't lose too much sleep about that. That sort of micro tinkering is in a way the legacy of our socialist era, where the government messes around with sort of small rule changes. At least I, as an investor, I'm not going to lose too much sleep about that because it's simply futile. There's so much else happening in the world's fifth largest free market economy. For us to sit here on budget day and invest on the back of micro tinkering by the government, I think is doesn't make any sense. Focus on the big picture. The big picture is a decisive change in direction from the NDA, away from an emphasis on Capex towards a focus on pro-SME, pro-poor, and consumption. I would say focus on that. If you want to invest on the back of the budget, focus on the big structural themes in the budget rather than the nitty-gritty of about shrimp farmer ke liye kya kiya and shipbuilding ke liye kya kiya and all of that. That doesn't work. It's too big an economy for us to drive.
Sure, Saurabh, point taken. I wanted a better understanding. So a lower fiscal deficit. At the moment, the capex number at what we are seeing right now, and of course, we've seen some sort of tax relief for the population at large. How is the government managing to balance this? How is it that they're going to, come through and execute on all these fronts?
Absolutely. I think the fiscal maths is actually, it adds up. I was doing the fiscal maths over the last couple of hours. The fiscal maths adds up. They're basically budgeting for around 13-14% growth in receipts, which I think should be doable. And they're budgeting for around 10% growth in expenditure. Thus, the deficit gets pulled back to 4.4%. That should give the government a little bit of wriggle room to nudge the RBI towards rate cuts. The country needs rate cuts, even though the rupee is under pressure. The borrowing ecosystem, both SMEs and the middle class, need rate cuts. So the fiscal space, the budget creates fiscal space on the back of pretty solid mathematics to nudge the RBI towards the direction of rate cuts. But what's very interesting is the massive dividend from the RBI. The small print suggests, I think it's a 2.4 lakh crore dividend from the RBI. And then again, I find it very interesting. In spite of this windfall from the RBI, the government has chosen to pull back Capex quite significantly, pull back Capex growth rather quite significantly. So maths adds up, room for rate cuts from the RBI, and hopefully in the next couple of months, the RBI gets the rate cutting cycle underway. It's, I think, desperately required.
And Harsh, your opinion on this? So while we are looking at slacking growth, inflation really hasn't helped at the moment, especially when it comes to food inflation. What's the way forward? And while we're all hoping for a rate cut, do you think that's a possibility, at least in the near term?
I think from the industry perspective, it has been a ask and expectation that the rate cut should happen. And honestly, if you ask me, I feel very positive about it, that in the coming monetary policy announcement, we should see some kind of rate cut.
Agarwal, one more question from the consumption side of things. Now that there's more money in the hands of people, we're seeing an urban consumption slowdown overall. Do you expect that the urban consumption going forward will pick up? And if yes, will the gap between the value versus volume growth widen?
See, yes, I think the whole idea of the government also to tinker with the tax rate is to boost the consumption. And in my mind, yes, there is no doubt that it will help the consumption. But yes, to what extent, we need to wait and see. Apart from that, there are many other initiatives, which the government has taken, where they want to focus on Make in India, the focus on the employment or the labor-intensive industries, which will again, give boost to the employment. So overall, I think it's a good budget from the consumption perspective.
Come in on this. Look, I understand that the union budget is, it's not responsible to spur manufacturing activity in India. All it can do is making perhaps, 8 things going forward. Still, from the government perspective, what more can you expect going forward? Where are things standing at this moment? And do you think that we could expect more changes? Are you okay in terms of the announcements that we made in the union budget so far when it comes to manufacturing in general?
Is this for me?
Anand, this one was for you.
So I'd say that I think now the government has to act on what they have said and as well as share the fine print details. So they have shared that they are creating a high-level committee on deregulation. That is a very positive step. If you look at the language used by FM today, a lot of language on simplification, trust, and if these things all land up in terms of real action, private-public partnerships, working with states and incentivizing states for reform. So very important directional comments made. I think we have to now see that coming into action. Even at the common man, if you look, indirect tax simplification, direct tax simplification of slabs. So a lot of talk on all of this, and that's a very positive direction and roadmap that we are looking at. And if that happens, I think it'll be great for ease of doing business in the country.
Okay, so with that, we are also joined by Ameera Shah, who's the promoter and executive chairperson of Metropolis, who's joining us now. And Anant, thank you so much for giving us those insights on NDTV Profit. Always pleasure having you. Ameera, welcome to the show. My first question to you is a lot of reforms with respect to the pharma sector overall. How are you reading the budget and what do you make out of this, and how does it benefit the overall sector?
Actually, it's quite thrilling because I would say this is one of the most visible, budgets for healthcare importance in the last many years. And we've seen a bunch of reforms come out from the FM this morning, including sort of, investing in 200 cancer care centers in all the district hospitals all across the country, and recognizing that cancer is going to be one of the fastest growing diseases in the next 10 years, and this is going to be a requirement, for patients. They've also said that they're going to be removing or subsidizing the cess on all kinds of life-saving drugs, medical equipment, cancer, care, and chronic disease care or chronic illnesses care. And I think that's again going to be quite exciting because it basically facilitates a more affordable and a more comprehensive health environment for our consumers and our patients in India. Along with this, the government has also recognized that AI is going to be a significant push in the future and is investing enough money to create an AI development center really focused on education and healthcare, to really look at analytics, to really look at data that will really support India going forward. A lot of the data we have in the country is usually global, and having that kind of Indian data would be phenomenal to make things more efficient and easier for patients again. Medical tourism is another area. Our Indian hospitals have been saying for many years we are very good at what we do, and Heal in India and medical tourism is going to be enabled even more by the government going forward. So lots of exciting healthcare introductions, besides obviously the more general economic reforms, which I think are also quite interesting from what they're doing with the tax.
Ameera, Just, is there anything that you think that you were expecting it that didn't come through in the fine print at the moment, and that you were waiting for the government perhaps to take more measures in those areas, perhaps pertaining to the sector in which you operate?
One thing for sure, actually, GST has been a bit of an issue for the healthcare sector now since GST was introduced into India, where we get all the input costs and all the input taxes, but we don't get any offset because we are exempt from GST. And this lands up actually making healthcare much more non-affordable for patients and more costly. And we have been urging the government for many years to say, please put us in a zero tax bracket or a 5% tax bracket for GST, because that allows us to offset the costs. But that's something that we do miss as a healthcare industry, that has not been addressed yet. And we certainly do hope that the finance ministry will take cognizance of this, because this is something that will work towards the government's agenda of making healthcare more affordable for all Indians.
Okay, Ameera as well as Saurabh, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your quick take on what the union budget has brought in. But we are now in conversation with Ashish Chauhan. He's the MD and CEO at NSE. Mr. Chauhan, good afternoon and thanks for taking the time out. Your take on the budget and your initial analysis. What have you made of it?
No, I think there are three important issues to this budget. One is the control on fiscal deficit, which is what we watch. And we have seen Prime Minister Modi and his governments over the last 11 years have always been fiscal hawks. And this budget also has kept with that tradition, that estimated 4.9% fiscal deficit for 24-25 has now become 4.8%, which is a great control over their spend and probably increase in income. And the next year, 25-26, it's going to be 4.4%. So that's telling you the trajectory on which they are going. The second part is they have also kept a lot of money in the hands of the middle class. I think up to 12.75 lakh rupees. People don't have to pay any tax, which is, I think, a very welcome move, which is going to increase the consumption, but also increase a lot of savings, which will come through the mutual funds into the market. And that's, again, a welcome move. And third part, which is also absolutely important, is the increased focus on infrastructure creation and investments, which will go up from 10.2 lakh crore to 11.2 lakh crore. And this year, financial year 24-25, the government has not been able to spend what they had estimated because of the two large elections. And that's where I think the next year, the build-up on the infrastructure will keep us in good stead in terms of the expected growth rate going forward. So overall, I think whatever could have been done, I think they have done better in terms of balancing all the objectives.
Right, Mr. Chauhan, Mahima also joining in. Now that no tax till 12 lakhs for the new tax regime, which means that more cash in the hands of these retailers and a common man. What does this mean when it comes to investment, and where do you see, with respect to the investment, which pockets do you see growing more?
If you have seen over the last 10 years, the number of investors has increased from 1.6 crore to 11 crore unique investors. It's almost 7 times more. And India is becoming more middle class. And that middle class is now not only adding to consumption, which it should, with almost 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees coming into the hands of each family, but some of them also invest into the markets via mutual fund or directly. And both ways, in case they do more consumption, that is going to affect the profitability of the listed companies in the fields of consumers, durables and non-durables both. That is automobiles to two-wheelers to television to mixer grinders to everything, and at the same time toothpaste, toothbrush, soaps and everything. So overall, the consumption increase will help, as well as the investment increase will help. Both ways, the markets, I think, have been given more responsibility also and also the people have been given that money to invest or consume the way they want.
Mr. Chauhan, a final question then. Usually in your experience, and you've been in the markets and the economy for such a long time, when there is a relief when it comes to the bottom end of that pyramid, does that usually relate and does that usually translate to more financialization of savings, or do you think that that is usually used up in consumption in general, or is this a two-pronged way of going about things?
I think the traditional framework was that the more consumption, more tax relief will give you more consumption, because India was on a what I call subsistence levels up to a certain point. Now India has now become sort of investment savvy, where almost 20% of the households now directly invest in stock markets, and only 30 pin codes do not have stock market investors, which means that NSE has reached literally every nook and corner of India. And so my understanding is now at this stage of our development with larger middle class, it's going to be both not only consumption but also investments going forward. And that's what you will see. I mean, whichever way it happens, of course, it helps markets. But in terms of going forward, you will see a lot more people coming into the markets to invest and increase their wealth, as well as that will also increase more jobs, creating a virtuous cycle going forward.
All right. Well, Mr. Chauhan, thank you so much for sharing those insights. I'm sure it's a busy day for you as well, but thank you so much for speaking to NDTV Profit. With that, let's also welcome in Preeta Reddy, Executive Vice Chairperson at Apollo Hospitals, who's joining us now. Preeta, first of all, your reading with respect to the budget, especially for the pharma sector. And a follow-up question on that, medical tourism is also in focus with respect to this budget. How big is it? And going forward, what are the expectations?
I'm so glad that the FM has announced Heal in India. India has the greatest capability for medical value travel, and we've been seeing a steady increase, 10% year on year. But I think with this added impetus and the fact that, visas have become easier, the airport landing experience is much better, and we have centers of excellence both in the public and private sector. I estimate that the growth in medical value tourism, if everything comes together well, should go up by 20%. So we have to see and we have to hope for that.
Okay. Well, Preeta, I want to talk about medical tourism specifically in this case, and of course we've had some encouragement from the union budget. What are the current trends that you are experiencing, and do you think that what's in store with this coming budget, do you think that could potentially spur a little bit more in terms of medical tourism?
So I think let's take medical tourism as, one vertical where we will see economic growth. But having said that, the fact that we're going to focus on jobs and skilling, we will be able to skill more people to allow Heal in India and to heal for outside of India. So I think that is also going to help. But medical tourism per se, there's an added impetus into research and AI and into innovation. So the way we do things with the best global outcomes at 10% of the cost, now with our focus on, using AI better for healthcare, using innovation better to deliver the highest quality of healthcare, I think the world will look at India for better solutions. The world will look at India for great interventions, fantastic outcomes, and that will see a volume increase in healthcare tourism, because we're right there, we're doing everything which is globally available. So we just have to be more welcoming of people who come into our country for this kind of work. And I think the focus on that is going to help, coming together, communicating it better, making the experience better for people who land in India and come into healthcare facilities. I think this is coming together well. Also, we have our whole, focus on Ayurveda and all the other alternate aspects of healthcare, which if we have a solution for a validated solution for integrated medicine, we really have a product which is almost unmatched.
Right. Preeta, just to get perspective, right now, considering the entire space of pharma, what percentage of that is medical tourism right now? And let's say 2-3 years down the line, where do you expect that to go? How much of a growth will medical tourism bring to the pharma space?
So I think not pharma, but, I'm talking about healthcare delivery space, because pharma's exporting medicines, they're export earners. But into the healthcare space, 10% of our work comes from health, medical tourism, medical value travel. I see that going up to 15, and we should target for 20% of our volume and our work. And I think we're quite poised to do it because our clinical personnel, whether it's our doctors or nurses, are on par with anyone of global standards. But we're also backed now with the way we handle our data. And I think if we do this well and it is communicated to the rest of the world, I'd see a 15 to 20% in volume. So 10 going to 15, 15 going to 20 is what I envisage in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, Preeta, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us and taking us through your views here. But I am going to go across to my colleague Sajid because he has more to tell us about this union budget. Sajid, over to you.
That's right, Agam. If you look at the union budget, it's more of a consumption-oriented budget as we look at the fine print of the budget documents. To begin with, Nirmala Sitharaman has given nearly 1 lakh crores for consumption in form of tax reductions for the middle class, and that's something which is going to bring in some kind of boost to the urban consumption which is slowing and the recovery which is happening in the rural consumption there. But especially in the urban consumption for the middle class, this 1 lakh crore is going to go a long way in increasing the consumption which is there. Defense outlay, there is a special mention of that 1.8 lakh crores coming in this defense outlay for FY26. That means that this is entirely a capital outlay which is going to be there, and this is a number which the street would be also focusing on because many of the defense companies would be getting orders based on the outlay which has been laid out there. There isn't much there for the petroleum subsidies. Remember, petroleum companies were waiting for some kind of LPG subsidies to be given. There is not much of a respite for them. It seems that they may have to absorb them, or it may come in later on subsequently. But for FY26, the petroleum subsidies are much lower than FY25, and that's something which is to be there. Communication revenues, which basically include the AGR and penalty and interest, there isn't any change there, though the total allocation has come down from 1.2 lakh revenues to 80,000 odd crores, but the AGR revenues are still there with respect to penalty and interest, and it seems that once the cabinet approves it, there may be a tinkering in this number going forward, and that's something which we'll have to wait. Marginal tinkering in the fertilizer and food subsidies, so there's not much changes there. It's almost at par with what has been in FY25. FDI and insurance is sentiment positive for the sector, but there are certain restrictions that they will have to follow. But it's not going to have much of an impact for the Indian existing companies because the guardrails are such that they have to invest the amount in India itself. They cannot repatriate the amount back from the premiums that they receive. Nominal GDP for FY26 is at 10.1%. They're looking at a tax revenue growth of 10.8%, which is a very conservative approach being taken by the finance minister. Normally, there's a multiplier effect to the nominal GDP. So the multiple is very minuscule, almost 1:1 coming for the tax. GDP growth and the tax receipts which they are looking at there, and capex at 11.2 is a marginal increase to the budget estimate, but revised estimate is around 10.2, so that's nearly a 10% jump there. The street was expecting 12 to 15% jump in capex, but it's not it hasn't come in. They're looking at a very lower capex of 10.18 lakh crores for FY25 as well. The street was expecting around 10.5 lakh crores for FY25, so the capex will be lower for FY25. Based on that, there's a 10% jump which is coming in at 11.2 lakh crores. So that's some of the fine print. There are certain tax changes also which is coming in, and I'm sure Harsh will come in and talk about that as well.
Okay, Sajid, thank you so much for joining us and taking us through some of those other highlights as well. But on that note, we slip into a short break, and on the other side, we continue with all the Budget 2025 coverage. Stay tuned in, and we'll be back in just a bit.
the day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
मां लक्ष्मी से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि देश के हर गरीब एवं मध्यम वर्ग समुदाय पर मां लक्ष्मी की विशेष कृपा रहे।
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari. Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, Developing Agri-Districts Program. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. We embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
was a promise made and a promise delivered. Definitely, this is a budget for the middle class. Markets might be coming to terms with the fine print, but the fact is that the relief on consumption has definitely come. To get a view on this, I'm joined now by Sanjay Pugalia, Editor-in-Chief at the NDTV Network. Sanjay, clearly, this is the bonanza that consumption, business, industry and the middle class wanted.
एब्सोल्युटली तमन्ना, ये बजट जो है बहुत ही मैंने अभी चर्चा की थी एनडीटीवी पे, तो ये कहा था कि आर है। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है। और एक शिकायत ये है मार्केट से, जिस पर हम एनडीटीवी प्रॉफिट पे ज़्यादा चर्चा करते हैं, कि मार्केट ऐसे तो बहुत अलर्ट और तेज़ होता है, सब पहले समझ लेता है, लेकिन इस बजट को समझने के लिए फाइन प्रिंट का इंतज़ार करने वगैरह के बाद एक दिन के बाद उसको समझ में आता है। तो मार्केट का रिएक्शन हालांकि अभी ठीक ठाक है, लेकिन ये बजट मार्केट को बहुत पसंद आने वाला है जब वो लोग सो कॉल्ड फाइन प्रिंट पढ़ लेंगे।
फाइन प्रिंट के अलावा जो बड़ा बूस्ट आना है, द बूस्ट फॉर कंजम्पशन, private capex is not coming in. The complaint was that where is the consumption? The consumption push is going to be the big pivot right now, in your view?
Absolutely. तो ये बजट जो है कई सालों के बाद इतना बड़ा काम इसमें हुआ है, जहाँ पर कि 12 लाख रुपए तक की इनकम को टैक्स फ्री कर दिया गया है, और उसके बाद टैक्स स्लैब जो है उसमें भी काफ़ी रिलीफ है। और ये देखिए इम्पैक्ट करता है, अगर आप एग्जिस्टिंग टैक्स बेस लें तो 4 करोड़ फैमिलीज़, 4 करोड़ फैमिली का मतलब होता है, क्योंकि 4 करोड़ लोग टैक्स नहीं देते, 8 करोड़ लोग टोटल टैक्स पेयर हैं। लेकिन अब बहुत सारे लोग टैक्स पेयर बनना पसंद करेंगे, क्योंकि उनकी इनकम टैक्स फ्री हो जाएगी, और टैक्स पेयर बनना एक ज़रूरी सम्मान की बात होती है। लेकिन अब जो इससे टैक्स कलेक्शन होगा वो बहुत ठीक ठाक होने वाला है, और पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है पिछले 2 वर्ष से आप देख रहे हैं कि पर्सनल इनकम टैक्स कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स के ऊपर जा रहा है, जो आपको बताता है कि भारत की इकोनॉमिक जो पूरा जो ढांचा और स्ट्रक्चर है वो कैसे मजबूत होगा। तो ये जो गरीबों को और मिडिल क्लास को लक्ष्मी के आशीर्वाद की बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, उसको आप यूँ समझें कि कंजम्पशन बूस्ट के लिए जो एक सबसे बड़ा काम करना था वो था टैक्स पेयर को राहत देना, सैलरीड लोगों को राहत देना, छोटे दुकानदारों को राहत देना। वो मिल जाने से अब जिस वर्चुअस साइकिल की हम बात करते हैं कि इन्वेस्टमेंट चले और उसके कारण ग्रोथ आए, उसके कारण नौकरियां क्रिएट हों, उसकी एक बड़ी शुरुआत होने वाला बैकग्राउंड बनाता है ये बजट। दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट बात क्या है कि फिस्कल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के मामले में देखिए 4.5 का प्रॉमिस था FY26 के लिए, निर्मला सीतारामन 4.4 पे स्टिक कर रही हैं। पूरी दुनिया कर्ज के नशे में डूबे रहती है, भारत सस्टेनेबल डेट टू जीडीपी रेशियो को मेंटेन करने के डिसिप्लिन पर है। तो ये बजट हमारे इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस में डिसिप्लिन को, प्रूडेंस को और रीइंफोर्स करता है। तीसरी चीज़, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाने के लिए टैक्स का ये बहुत बड़ा रिलीफ एक बड़ा रोल प्ले करेगा। सरकार ने अपना कैपेक्स भी बहुत नहीं बढ़ाया है। मार्केट में शायद कुछ लोग आपसे ये कंप्लेन कर रहे होंगे कि कैपेक्स नहीं बढ़ाया। मेरा कहना है उतना ही बढ़ाओ जितना आप एग्जीक्यूट कर पाओ, लेकिन क्या वो माहौल बना कि अब प्राइवेट कैपेक्स आए? तो उसके लिए मुझे लगता है कि शायद वो माहौल बनेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारा सिंप्लीफिकेशन, रेगुलेटरी चेंजेस, कंप्लायंस के बर्डन को ख़त्म करना और विदेशी निवेश को लाने का काम करना जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ाए, जहां कैश पाइल पे बैठा हुआ है इंडियन कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर, वो इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू करे, उसका भी बैकग्राउंड ये बजट बहुत कन्विंसिंग ढंग से बना के दे रहा है।
इस बजट के अनाउंसमेंट के पहले एक कॉन्वर्जेशन जो हमारे स्टूडियो में हो रही थी वो ये थी कि अगर आप 2 टर्म देखें तो ये तीसरे टर्म का पहला बजट है, लेकिन है तो 12th बजट फॉर दिस गवर्नमेंट। इस वक्त अगर बोल्ड रिफॉर्म या बोल्ड मूव नहीं किया तो कब करेंगे? इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट, would you call this a bold budget? Would you call this a budget which prepares India for all of the geopolitical problems that might come? We are in the middle of a tariff war. We don't know what's happening next.
Right. ये बोल्ड या बिग बैंग वगैरह ये हम लोगों के वर्ड्स हैं, लेकिन सरकार को बजट जिस तरह से बनाना चाहिए, उसकी जो सैंक्टिटी और सीरियसनेस होनी चाहिए, उसमें मोदी सरकार ने हर अगले बजट के बाद आपको सरप्राइज किया है। ये बजट उस इंटेलेक्चुअल रोबस्टनेस को बताता है जिसकी ज़रूरत होती है एक सीरियस और रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नेंस के लिए। इसमें तो आपको इनको पूरे नंबर देना चाहिए। अब आते हैं दूसरी बात जो आपने कहा कि जो ग्लोबल सिचुएशन है, जाहिर है कि ट्रंप लेड अमेरिका में इतनी ज़्यादा अनप्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी रहने वाली है जिस पर अभी तक मैं देख रहा हूँ कम चर्चा हुई है। आप गौर करिएगा कि भारत में कस्टम ड्यूटी कम करने के आज वित्त मंत्री ने बहुत सारे अनाउंसमेंट किए हैं। ये बड़ा क्लियर सिग्नल है सीधे अमेरिका, ट्रंप लेड अमेरिका को, कि भारत कस्टम ड्यूटी कम करने पर एक बड़ा मूव कर रहा है। तो आज का जो कस्टम ड्यूटी वाला मूव है ये उसी दिशा में है जो एक आपको बता सकता है कि ग्लोबल टर्मोइल में, अनसर्टेनिटी में, अनप्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी में भारत कैसे नेविगेट करेगा। इस बजट को पढ़ करके और इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो कुछ रिफ्लेक्शन इसमें दिख रहा है उसको पढ़ करके ये बड़ा क्लियर हो रहा है कि एक्सटर्नल अनसर्टेनिटीज़ को देखते हुए भारत अपने डोमेस्टिक प्रोग्रेस पे कैसे खड़ा रहे, क्योंकि बाहर कुछ भी हो सकता है, इस बात का ध्यान भी इस बजट में आप देख सकते हैं। जिसका कस्टम एक एग्जाम्पल है, कंप्लायंस दूसरा, सिंप्लीफिकेशन दूसरा है, इंश्योरेंस और पेंशन फंड के लिए और दरवाजे खोलना 100% इन FDI इन इंश्योरेंस तीसरा बड़ा कदम है। MNCs यहाँ इन्वेस्ट करने में कंप्लायंस के चक्कर में बहुत डरती थी, स्पेसिफिक कमिटी और कमीशन बना दिया गया है। 50% कंप्लायंसेस कम होने वाले हैं, भारत के लोगों को भी उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा, बाहर वालों को भी अब जो शिकायत थी वो दूर हो जाएगी। और एक आखिरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, KYC के चेंजेस दूसरा इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बूस्ट देने के लिए सरकार की नजिंग इंटरेस्ट रेट को अब वॉच करना चाहिए और उसके अलावा फॉरेन मनी को लाने के लिए माहौल बनाना, इन सारे एस्पेक्ट्स पे काफ़ी काम हुआ है। और येस, टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन इन अ शॉर्ट वे, ये है कि अनसर्टेनिटी को देखते हुए भारत कैसे नेविगेट करे, वो माइंडफुलनेस इस बजट में हमको तो दिखती है।
हर बजट के बाद we always look at it from market perspective, corporate perspective, and also what is the political signal in this. Lot of announcements focused on expansion in Bihar, airport, IIT, etc. Did you see any kind of a, that kind of aspect in this budget?
So on a lighter vein, एक हेडलाइन ये हो सकती है अखबार की या हमारे इस प्रोग्राम के इस हिस्से की, जैसे मैंने NDTV प्रॉफिट पर कहा कि RRR वाला बजट है, वैसे ऑन जनरल न्यूज़ साइड और पॉलिटिकल साइड ऑफ द बजट ये बिहार चुनाव का अनाउंसमेंट वाला बजट है और दिल्ली चुनाव के बूथ कैप्चर का बजट है। क्योंकि मध्य वर्ग को राहत और भारत नेशनल कैपिटल होने के कारण, सैलरीड एम्प्लॉयज़ का एक गढ़ होने के कारण, सरकारी एम्प्लॉयज़ का गढ़ होने के कारण एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट सिग्नल है। तो आपने जो देखा कि आम आदमी पार्टी का जितना भी फ्रीबी है उसका आप कैलकुलेशन कर लें, उससे ज़्यादा बेनिफिट आज सिर्फ एक एक्शन से, इनकम टैक्स वाले एक्शन से हर घर को दे दिया गया है दिल्ली के। इसका मतलब इसमें जो पॉलिटिकल सेगमेंट कैटरिंग जिसको बोलते हैं, और किसी भी डेमोक्रेसी में पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप का काम होता है अपने ऑडियंस को और अपने लोगों के लिए काम करना। तो पूरे बजट में छोटे ज़िले, पिछड़े राज्य, माइनिंग, क्रिटिकल मिनरल से लेके न्यूक्लियर पावर और मखाना बोर्ड, तो ये पूरा बजट जो है आप देखेंगे कि भारत की हर ज़रूरी आबादी जिसकी ज़रूरत ज़्यादा है उस पर ध्यान रख करके इस वक्त के जो कंटेम्प्रेरी रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको एड्रेस करने की कोशिश की गई है। तो ऑफ कोर्स पॉलिटिकल इकोनॉमी तो कोर होता ही है किसी भी बजट का।
Thank you so much. Sanjay Pugalia there, Editor-in-Chief of NDTV Network, with his take on the budget, ticks all the boxes. And Harsh, Somit, this is exactly what you're seeing, and markets are now recovering from its lows and catching up.
Yes, we are. We've in fact just turned back into the green. If you can pull up the chart on the Nifty intraday, but there's plenty of gray area still left, and we'll try to bridge some of that very quickly. We also have Mayur Shah joining us, tax partner EY India. Mayur, just with regard to taxability on ULIPs, what, if you can just detail it down, what was the provision as of yesterday? If you can first explain that. Thereafter I'll come to the change, just for clarity.
Sure. So any investment made through ULIP, what used to happen if premium is less than 10% of the sum assured, then it was eligible for exemption under section 1010DD. That would mean that on maturity, whatever value is being realized was not subject to tax at that point in time. Now what is happening is that under the current or what is being proposed, that now any amount being withdrawn from ULIP would be subject to tax. Now, it will be subject to tax as capital gain. So, to that extent, instead of 0%, now you can look out for 12.5%. Is what really is going to happen going forward basis.
But is there a certain segment of policies which will continue to avail exemption?
So, other than ULIP policies, all policies will be able to avail the benefit of it subject to the threshold or conditions which they are required to comply with.
Got it.
Right. But sir, don't you think that the fact that the government is now pushing for the new regime, they have increased the rebate limit to 12 lakh, this would be detrimental for the insurance sector, because a lot of people used to buy policies to avail the tax benefit?
That's true, but in new regime, anyway, you are not entitled to any deductions on account of it, because earlier, insurance policy, any premium paid was available under 80C, which is available under old regime but not under new regime. And people used to calculate tax basis whether old is better or new is better. Now, anyway, old regime is kind of redundant. I mean, it will die natural that it also depends upon the break-even is always dependent on income and deductions. But majorly, where if your deductions are up to between 7 to 8 lakhs, you will find old regime is better, but otherwise it is not.
Right.
So in that situation, I don't think at least middle class people will be able to avail old regime benefit. And to that extent, your statement is right, whether for tax saving, but anyway, they are not required to pay tax up to 12 lakhs, so there is no question.
Right.
So, and the other aspect is that, look at the rebate 12 lakhs. What they are saying, any income which is subject to tax as capital gain at a special rate, then on that rebate is not available. Which would mean that now on policy realized by such person will pay at least 12.5% tax on such income.
And you will not get a deduction either.
Yes.
In your income tax, because under the new regime, 80C deduction is not available as per the old regime which was available. So it's a double whammy of sorts, especially when you're looking at people who were part of the old tax regime.
Yeah, it's like a give and take. You give some benefit and it's a major benefit, and they have taken away a very small portion of it.
Right. Well, thank you, sir, for joining us and giving us all those information. Let's also get in Sandeep Tandon, the founder and CIO of Quant Capital. So, sir, firstly to start off with, what is your first analysis of the budget? Are you seeing this as a clear positive coming in from the government side, fact that they are giving more boost to consumption rather than Capex?
Frankly, it is on a quite expected line that was need of the hour. Okay, so it is quite growth-centric budget. And we were looking to increase the consumption even marginal at the cost of marginal Capex. Okay, in fact, the Capex is also not gone down. If you look at the Capex related to the grant, if you add, which is like 3 lakh has become 4.3 lakhs crore. So effectively means the overall Capex, which was like 4.1% of GDP, has now become 4.3% of GDP. Okay, so I think it is that side. I'll say a lot of people have ignored it. That is also quite constructive. And given the consumption which was struggling and overall Indian economy is struggling, I think it is a step in right direction, and we think it's a great budget given the background which was required.
Right, sir. But sir, in this budget, we have not seen any major fillip or major push towards manufacturing. Do you see that as a disappointment?
See, sometimes you have to look at that last many years, the flip was always focus was there on the manufacturing through PLI scheme or various incentive which was given. Right now, what was, if you look at last 6 months, particularly from July 2024, Indian economy was struggling. Okay, consumption was declining. So I think that was a need of the hour. You have to boost the consumption thing. And I think they have done by tweaking a small bit on the taxation side. I think it's a good incentive. And ultimately, if the consumption moves up, it will get compensated up to a certain extent through GST route, and indirectly you are saying manufacturing activity should only increase because consumption should rise. So that was the key thing which was missing. So anyway, indirectly manufacturing will be beneficiary of that.
Okay, Gautam Shah, let me come to you. What's your first take on the budget? Let's start with that.
Well, I totally concur with what Sandeep ji said. I think it's a step in the right
direction. There was a bit of a consumption deficit and a confidence deficit from a market's perspective. And I think the government has done a phenomenal job to address the same in these last few hours. I think the fact that the markets are in the green and the fact that we've recovered about 700 points from the recent low, I think just tells you that the market is a lot more confident now. And remember, India went a little off track in the last 4 months because of our own problems. So the government and the RBI governor had a task at play. The government's job has been done pretty much to a larger extent today. And next week, if the RBI policy is also a little more economy and market friendly, I'm pretty sure both the job will be done, and that will help gain a lot more confidence for the stock markets. So I just feel that this was the need of the hour, and the government has really hit the nail on the head, and hopefully the markets will realize that, and we will be back in action aligned with the rest of the world.
Some key levels to watch out for this week. We've of course done a deep dive with regard to how in each of the last 4 to 5 years and budgets, how markets have reacted. What's your sense for the week, for the coming week?
You know, just a few days back, the environment was so pessimistic and there was just no room for hope. We were at 22,800. We saw pretty much a bear market in the broader markets. The average decline in the NSE was about 28%. And now with the budget developments and with the way markets have come back and the fact that we are sustaining above 23,500, I would really read it positively. And if we can sustain above this number of 23,500 for a day more, maybe on a Monday when FIs are going to be back in full action, I think there is a room for 4-5% upside for the indices easily. But the bigger theme here is not to play short term, play the India story from a longer term perspective. I think from a 12 to 18 month perspective, current levels offer great value, great margin of safety, and great confidence for Indian investors.
Right. Sandeep sir, coming back to you, some positive statements that we have seen when it comes to tourism and the nuclear sector. Are you excited to buy these themes now?
See, we are quite overweight in this space. If you look at our portfolio, we could be one of the mutual fund with a very large holding in hotel stocks. Okay, at least 4 stocks we own close to 4 to 5% of the company. So that's a clear indication we like this space, both hotel and hospital. And the hospital as a space, hospital has already been recognized. I think hotel is picking up. I always describe how the real estate sector got built in last many years. Something similar is happening in the hotel space with ITC also now getting listed. The basket is pretty meaningful. So anyway, we are very constructive and government has given the desired push. So we remain equally bullish about this space from a medium to long term perspective.
Plenty of ways of playing various themes, Sandeep. I want to try and first off understand, FMCG is the one big push that this budget has got. How would you like to play this theme? Where will incomes flow first?
Be very candid, we are quite bullish on this space. We have more than 15 to 18% all exposure in this space already. And this is one sector I generally give example. Okay, this was like erstwhile admired category stocks of FMCG. And in last few months, they have hit they have reached the neglected space, or some of the stock have reached even the most hated zone also. So it's a classic inflection points what we try to identify when you look for a buying opportunity. I think the entire sector is really fit the whatever needs point of view, and obviously budget has given the desired fillip. So I think it's the sector which is not cheap in any manner. It has been always expensive space, but it will remain expensive given the growth rate which we are expecting from longer term perspective, irrespective of the challenges which we have seen in last few months or maybe few quarters. I think that is settling down. So this is a one area because a lot of under ownership still exists in this space. And if you really ask me, people actually hate this space, And so I think I am looking for all neglected and beaten down names or erstwhile admired category stock, which now in the neglected zone should be a buying opportunity. And FMCG fit the bill perfectly.
Right. And Gautam, any other theme except consumption that stood out for you or is looking good on the charts?
Well, I think do not forget that the FMCG index lost about 22% in a matter of a few months. It's never had happened in its history of the last 15 years. And I think FMCG is a mirror of the economy. Maybe there was a problem, the markets realized it, and that's probably the reason FMCG stocks came off quite a bit. Now we've seen lovely basing, and I think the turnaround looks for real, and clearly there is a lot of value and margin of safety in the entire basket. Yes, they are expensive, they will be expensive, but I think they've come to a point where the risk reward is in your favor. Another basket that we like, and we've been talking about it all along, is financial services. I think with banks, NBFCs and insurance companies, you just can't go wrong. I think in terms of valuations, in terms of charts, and if the bank nifty were to cross the level of 50,000, which is an important barrier and hurdle, I think we could see a largish 10 to 15% move on that index. So financial services, auto, FMCG would be my top three picks at this point of time.
Okay, Sandeep, going to come back to you very quickly. While I appreciate the need for prudence and also compliment the Finance Ministry for sticking to that, but the one key problem has been that Capex has not come in a big fashion in this budget. Of course, compared to 5 years ago, Capex, the bases are completely different, but the growth has tapered sharply. FY25, we're going to see degrowth. FY26, we're just going to revert back. Is that a disappointment for you, or do you view this differently, given that consumption was the focus in this budget?
I think, as I described in the beginning itself, it is not fair to say that Capex has not grown, because if you look at the grant aspect also, which you cannot ignore, because we look at the total aspect and which has actually increased only. As I said, it is the Capex, which was 4.1%, now become 4.3%. So that's the first point. Second important, what you have to look at, if the government is very keen to maintain the physical discipline, okay, obviously then space is very limited. You can't do both the things that you boost the consumption also by compromising on the tax aspect, and then simultaneously you continue with the massive Capex. So I think some sort of popular step definitely is there's a populist budget in that sense, keeping in mind some of the elections also. But I think it is very important what was the need. I think it required, I've said in one of the channel in the morning, at the cost of fiscal deficit also, if our government has to boost the consumption, they should do it. Because a larger interest, that's the way we should play this game. I think something has happened in COVID time also. The fiscal deficit went to 9% and then 6.5%, and now we are back to 4.5% or 4.48%. So I think it is the one has to adapt the environment, what is prevailing right now in the global market and Indian macro particularly, which has been deteriorated. I think it's a step in right direction. Even let's say it comes at the cost of marginal Capex, I think is good.
Okay, last question from my side, Sandeep. Firstly to you, how would you rate this budget out of 5?
I think 4.5.
And Gautam, how would you rate it?
I would definitely give it a 4 out of 5.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, it's always great chatting with both of you. Please stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. More on the other side.
This is the day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs, and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with.
All right, it's the big day and a big budget, and PM Modi will be speaking on the budget shortly. So, of course, we will talk about that. But need to highlight what's happening in the markets as well. And we've done that all through. But I think we haven't done a serious market check in a while. So this is what's beautiful, right? The markets have recovered the losses. Something that Mr. KK Mistry was saying, that it's not technically a very disappointing budget because a triangle, if you draw a triangle of the three key things, I think the FM ticks marks on almost all of those. IT was sulking big time in trade. Should bring up IT and see if it's still down about 1.5% or has it recovered a bit of lost ground. No, 1.5%. And capital goods were very, very wobbly. I wonder if those stocks are still sulking. So BSE Cap Good Index still down about 3.5%. So those are still sulking. But banks have recovered a little bit of lost ground. Mid caps and small caps, which had seen a sell-off, also maybe slightly off. And let's get the heat map. Look at this, the bounce from the lows of the day. In fact, the small cap index in the green. Let's get the heat map up on the screen before I hand it over to Tamanna for what's happening at the broader end. Consumption all through and through. 8% higher. And I'll come to Maruti in just a moment before I give it off. Tata Consumer 4% higher. iShares 3%, 4%. Britannia 3.5%. All auto, all consumption. Look at that. It's just that picture which is doing well. What's not doing well? L&T, BEL because of the Capex disappointment. Insurance companies because of the insurance disappointment. Both sector 10D as well as the new income tax slabs or the new tax regime looking so attractive. Why would people give money into an insurance company ULIP plan for saving tax? Okay, let's get across to PM Modi.
एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की आकांक्षाओं का बजट है। ये हर भारतीय के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है। हमने कई सेक्टर्स युवाओं के लिए खोल दिए हैं। सामान्य नागरिक विकसित भारत के मिशन को ड्राइव करने वाला है। यह बजट एक फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर है। यह बजट सेविंग्स को बढ़ाएगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट को बढ़ाएगा, कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा और ग्रोथ को भी तेजी से बढ़ाएगा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस जनता जनार्दन का बजट, पीपल्स का बजट, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आमतौर पर बजट का फोकस इस बात पर रहता है कि सरकार का खजाना कैसे भरेगा, लेकिन ये बजट उससे बिल्कुल उल्टा है। लेकिन ये बजट देश के नागरिकों की जेब कैसे भरेगी, देश के नागरिकों की बचत कैसे बढ़ेगी और देश के नागरिक विकास के भागीदार कैसे बनेंगे, ये बजट इसकी एक बहुत मजबूत नींव रखता है। साथियों, इस बजट में रिफॉर्म की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा देने का निर्णय बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है। ये आने वाले समय में सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी का बड़ा योगदान देश के विकास में सुनिश्चित करेगा। बजट में रोजगार के सभी क्षेत्रों को हर प्रकार से प्राथमिकता दी गई है। लेकिन मैं दो चीजों पर ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा। उन रिफॉर्म्स की मैं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा जो आने वाले समय में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन लाने वाले हैं। एक, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टेटस देने के कारण भारत में बड़े शिप्स के निर्माण को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को गति मिलेगी। और हम सब जानते हैं कि शिप बिल्डिंग ये सर्वाधिक रोजगार देने वाला क्षेत्र है। उसी प्रकार से देश में टूरिज्म के लिए बहुत संभावना है। महत्वपूर्ण 50 टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन, वहां पर जो होटल्स बनाएंगे उस होटल को पहली बार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दायरे में लाकर टूरिज्म पर बहुत बल दिया है। इससे हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर को, जो रोजगार का बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है, और टूरिज्म जो रोजगार का सबसे बड़ा क्षेत्र है, एक प्रकार से चारों तरफ रोजगार के अवसर पैदा करने वाला एक क्षेत्र को ऊर्जा देने वाला काम करेगा। आज देश विकास भी विरासत भी इस मंत्र को लेकर चल रहा है। इस बजट में भी इसके लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। 1 करोड़ पांडुलिपियों के लिए संरक्षण के लिए, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट के लिए ज्ञान भारतम मिशन लॉन्च किया गया है। साथ ही भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से प्रेरित एक नेशनल डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी बनाई जाएगी। यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग किया जाएगा और हमारा जो परंपरागत ज्ञान है उसमें से अमृत निचोड़ने का भी काम होगा। साथियों, बजट में किसानों के लिए जो घोषणा हुई है वो कृषि क्षेत्र और समूची ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। पीएम धन धान्य कृषि योजना के तहत 100 जिलों में सिंचाई और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का डेवलपमेंट होगा। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की लिमिट 5 लाख तक होने से उन्हें ज्यादा मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, अब इस बजट में 12 लाख रुपए तक की आय को टैक्स से मुक्त कर दिया गया है। सभी आय वर्ग के लोगों के लिए टैक्स में भी कमी की गई है। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे मिडिल क्लास को, नौकरी पेशे करने वाले जिनकी आय बंधी हुई है ऐसे लोगों को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। उसी प्रकार से जो नए नए प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, जिनको नए नए जॉब मिले हैं, इनकम टैक्स की ये मुक्ति उनके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर बन जाएगी। साथियों, इस बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर 360 डिग्री फोकस है ताकि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, एमएसएमईज को, छोटे उद्यमियों को मजबूती मिले और नई जॉब पैदा हो। नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मिशन से लेकर क्लीन टेक, लेदर, फुटवियर, टॉय इंडस्ट्री जैसे अनेक सेक्टर्स को विशेष समर्थन दिया गया है। लक्ष्य साफ है कि भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स ग्लोबल मार्केट में अपनी चमक बिखेर सके। साथियों, राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक वाइब्रेंट कॉम्पिटिटिव माहौल बने, इस पर बजट में विशेष जोर दिया गया है। एमएसएमईज और स्टार्टअप के लिए क्रेडिट गारंटी को दोगुना करने की घोषणा भी हुई है। देश के एससी, एसटी और महिला जो नए उद्यमी बनना चाहते हैं, उनको 2 करोड़ रुपए तक के लोन की योजना भी लाई गई है, और वो भी बिना गारंटी। इस बजट में न्यू एज इकोनॉमी को ध्यान में रखते हुए गीग वर्कर्स के लिए बहुत बड़ी घोषणा की गई है। पहली बार गीग वर्कर्स का ई श्रम पोर्टल पर रजिस्ट्रेशन किया जाएगा। इसके बाद इन साथियों को स्वास्थ्य सेवा और दूसरी सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम्स का लाभ मिलेगा। ये डिग्निटी ऑफ लेबर, इसके प्रति श्रम एव जयते के प्रति सरकार के कमिटमेंट को दर्शाता है। रेगुलेटरी रिफॉर्म से लेकर फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स, जन विश्वास 2.0 जैसे कदमों से मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट और ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस के हमारे कमिटमेंट को और बल मिलेगा। साथियों, ये बजट न केवल देश की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखता है, बल्कि हमें भविष्य की तैयारी करने में भी मदद करता है। स्टार्टअप के लिए डीप टेक फंड, जियोस्पेशल मिशन और न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी मिशन ऐसे ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को एक बार फिर इस ऐतिहासिक पीपल्स बजट की बधाई देता हूं, और फिर एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Prime Minister Modi talking about the people's budget, and it truly is one. Now, before we get our special piece on Telecom, I'm going to quickly go across to the conversation my colleague Shimi Chaudhary is having with Sanjeev Puri at CII.
Human capital development, very strong focus on innovation in infrastructure, and at the same time, a lot of very clear messages on reform. Collaboration with the states, incentivizing states, because a lot of reforms have to happen at the state, setting up the high-level committee to create the vision. I think these are great ideas. And also the budget provides impetus to consumption by relief provided to the middle class on income tax. I think the social security to the gig workers. Of course, all the other employment-generating activity and productivity in agriculture in itself will also feed into employment and therefore consumption. But these are things that are likely to impact in a much shorter span of time.
Yeah, to summarize, they touched upon all these sectors, you know. So coming to you, Mr. Raval, I wanted to understand from you that how you seeing these, decision, particularly in the, manufacturing sector as well as infrastructure sector. Do you think those measures are kind of, help these sectors to sort of grow further, because we have seen decline in the current fiscal year? What's your take on that?
No, I think, the core spirit, right, if we are looking at a 25-year-old growth plan for a country, is for all of us to be aligned together. I think, the fact that the finance minister, mentioned that, there will be a trust-based regulatory discussion, to be able to build for the future.
Trust first, scrutiny later. That's what she advocated and said also.
No, what basically it is that, if you really want to grow to be the third largest economy, we need a 7-8% growth, like what you rightly said. And maybe whatever we do, that 5-6% will come. But it's that additional 2%, right, which is going to be,
needed, especially when it comes to manufacturing and all the areas that you talked of, infrastructure. Today, the infrastructure actually also talking of a public-private partnership, right? I think that to me was a big takeaway, that the collaborative process by way of which one can build for the future, I think is very, very important, and that came out. Now, how well it gets implemented and how are we able to, actually take it to that level is something, that we will see. The second big point here is, the entire aspect of investing in people, economy and innovation, right? Because that is going to be a big driver, because eventually, it's the young people of this country that are going to, create a lot of change, a lot of skilling that came up for that, and deep tech, the 20,000 crore. But at the end of the day, if you go to see, the investment in those areas have to be much deeper for us, because Gen AI, for example, is impacting manufacturing. It's impacting every sector. Just a few days ago, we saw $600 billion market cap being wiped out in one day in one company. True. While we have allocated 10,000.
All right, that's a CI view, and we'll keep on getting big views. By the way, Kush Bora and Parag Thakkar also in the studio. But very quickly, and we're going to Mr. Nilesh Shah in moments from now. But very quickly, markets deserve a mention. We were talking about how telcos and some stocks have spiked up. Somit Sarkar joins in for a quick perspective here. Somit, there's a lot of talk around the assumptions around AGR dues and they being lower, which means that will the government get some relief or some stocks will get relief? What's your quick thought here?
Well, at least in the budget document, the government has not factored in for any AGR relief to come in. Now, yes, we are seeing a decline in the telecommunication receipts from 1.2 lakh crore to around 82,000 crore rupees, but that is because in the last financial or in FY25, government has budgeted for some spectrum revenue to come in, which they had given to the railways, and hence the amount has spiked up to 1.2 lakh crore rupees. Now, the 82,000 crore rupees, the amount that we are seeing for FY26 factors in the AGR dues as well. Now, out of this 82,000 crore rupees, 30,000 is for the normal recurring revenue that they get from license fee. 25,000 crore rupees is for Vodafone Idea's contribution towards AGR. 10,000 crore rupees towards Bharti Airtel's contribution towards AGR, and 20,000 crore rupees is Jio's contribution towards AGR for FY26. So nothing has been factored in, as in no AGR compensation has been factored in for the FY26 numbers at least.
Important clarification for people who trade Vodafone Idea and some of the telcos. There is no benefit out here. So please understand that. And Somit, thanks for putting that into perspective. Okay, a special guest, Mr. Nilesh Shah, MD of Kotak Mahindra Asset Management, with us on the show. Nilesh bhai, great having you. Thanks for joining in. What did you make of this budget? Because in some sense, we thought that if there is a troika of three key things, right, which is Capex and some bit of moderation there, but fine, still a 10% growth on the revised number, fiscal deficit or money in the hands of the consumer or the taxpayer, more importantly, everything has been done.
That is what was expected out of the budget, and that has been delivered. It's a Triveni Sangam of fiscal prudence, boost to urban consumption, and maintaining the path of Capex so that budget could become growth oriented. So whatever was the expectation has been delivered in this budget.
Okay. Mr. Shah, Tamanna here. The Triveni Sangam is exactly what has happened, but for one section of investments. I'm just trying to understand from an investment point of view. ULIPs become less attractive. Old tax regime becomes less attractive. What does this mean for people who now will have more disposable income, will hopefully invest it apart from all of the consumption that will take place?
So Tamanna, you have given me a very low ball, and I'll try to hit out of the stadium. Please keep your insurance and investment separate. You need to take term insurance and buy mutual fund. That's the best if you are ever going to get.
I set it up perfectly for you.
if there was a 12, he got to hit a 12.
Not even a 6. Okay. No. But having said that, the big ask was boost consumption, the economy will come in. And then there was one school of thought, I think, before the budget saying that, let's not get hung up on 4.5% fiscal deficit, 4.9% fiscal deficit. Let's spend and grow and, boost the economic growth. Which camp are you in now that we have seen the budget presentation?
So I think it's always better to be fiscally prudent. No parent wants to live debt to their kids. Why should government be different? There is compelling case for doing Capex and ignoring fiscal situation in a crisis like COVID-19. But in a scenario like today, where growth is still one of the highest in the major economy, I think we should go to the path of fiscal prudence. It's far better to, build a house when it's not raining rather than try to build a house when it is raining.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thanks for coming in and chatting with us. I want to also bring on board, opportune time in fact, to bring on board Vivek Lohia, Managing Director at Jupiter Wagons, to talk to us about, well, what everyone's talking about as a possible miss being Capex. Vivek, how do you view Capex in this budget in particular? And do you believe that there's been a slight bit of a miss on that count? Vivek, believe you're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Good afternoon. So when it comes to railway capex, I think the government has been very steadfast. And what we have seen in this budget also, that on the core areas such as track infrastructure, there is, I think overall the capex budget is for railways has gone up by about 30% and the focus has been on track infrastructure. And if you see the railways, the revenue forecast, I think they have forecast the freight revenue to go up considerably, which is quite positive for us, because as the infrastructure build continues and as the freight revenue grows, that means would be more demand for rolling stock. Yes, so the government had to balance things out. I think fiscal prudence also was a key decision, because as you are aware that we are now, if you look at the global economy, especially look at the way the American economy is going to go ahead, there is going to be a reduction in interest rates. And I think here also for the capex cycle to boost, and especially for the MSME sector, the interest rates needed to come down. And I think through fiscal consolidation, it would give room for RBI to, in near term, to reduce the interest rates. And I think that would also generate capex spend from the private sector.
It's true, that's true, Mr. Lohia, but in terms of what the capex has been and the propensity to spend, from that perspective, how do you see the announcements in the budget working out for you specifically? Do you see that, are you concerned that there might be any slowdown in order book, etc., or do you see no worries there?
So on the railway rolling stock side, I don't think, because as I have told you, there has not been much tinkering with on the railway budget. I think, outside of the budget also, if you see, there has been, if you look at the last 6 months, there has been a lot of announcements on various freight corridors, as well as on the passenger rolling stock. I think the focus has been on declogging the entire infrastructure. So I think that is the key in on the railway side. And I think that, and then, the boosting consumption. As the consumption grows, that means it will have a direct impact on the logistics sector. So I think that also will give a boost to the sector. And for us, besides the railway, right now we are venturing very strongly into the EV space on the battery, as well as on we are just about to launch our EV trucks. I think there we have seen a significant thrust from the government, especially to reduce the cost of lithium-ion batteries. And as these costs come down, you will see a lot of parity coming with ICE vehicles, I think, which is a strong boost to the sector. Plus, now what we are seeing is the railway is also very focused on going green.
Sure.
So now
sure. So EV definitely there, big boost for EV. big boost for Make in India, but I'm just looking at it from the point of view of what the street has seen, and the allocation for rail is not what was expected. But nevertheless, this is one day and the first reaction from a street perspective. Thank you so much, Vivek Lohia, for speaking with us, Managing Director of Jupiter Wagons there. But look at the rest of the rail pack this afternoon. RVNL 8% down, IRCON also hurting, RailTel, IRFC, Titagarh, Jupiter also. All of those there in the red. Parag Thakkar, Kush Bora is back with us. This is the dream team that started the budget off this morning, and after what's seeming like several hours and so much coming in. Parag bhai, let me come to you. Let me come to you on what was the good, bad, and maybe not really ugly, but surprising.
First of all, with disclaimer, I can tell you that it is good for our portfolio because because we have HUL, ITC, TVS Motors, Mahindra in our portfolio, and the consumption boost is most welcome. And we were not so much into defense and railways in our portfolio. Of course, we have L&T. So just a disclaimer that all these stocks we have in the portfolio, and so we are benefiting due to this consumption boost. And as we were discussing in the morning, that was my view, right? That the government has done enough on the Capex side. Now I think with fiscal deficit target coming to 4.4%, RBI has more headroom, right, to do something on 7th, to infuse more liquidity into the system. And government, instead of crowding out the investment, crowding out the money, I think more deposits will be now available to banks, and private sector capex will start because of the demand pickup.
How much of a rate cut are you expecting on the 7th?
No, so basically I will praise for liquidity increase rather than a rate cut directly. Because if you increase liquidity in the system, deposits will grow. Deposits will grow, that will grow, help in growing advances, and that will reduce the real interest rate in the system.
Yes. But sir, that's going to take time.
No, but see, if you increase the liquidity in the system, or straight away it reduces that craving for deposits or the deposit war which we are seeing right now.
I'm just feeling the weight of pressure right now that Governor Malhotra must be feeling. At least if he was viewing NDTV Profit.
The government is what the talk.
Yeah. Because they have delivered. They have delivered the
past there now.
And the last thing, sorry, just before taking Kush's ideas, the March is here. Liquidity, something needs to be done.
It can't wait. Absolutely.
It can't wait. Kush Bora. Not a bad day except for cap goods. If you are an L&T investor like Mr. Parag Bhai, but stock ideas. What is it that stood out for you? Would you trade the index as well? Very quickly, Kush.
No. I told you so. Colgate and Maruti, two stocks that we discussed, both hitting 4-5%, upsides, almost hit the second target. But what's important is that the other two sectors which we sounded caution on, which was railways and defense. Any disappointment, and we're seeing what's happened, right? Just to come to the index very quickly. This budget has done nothing to change my view that the 23,800, 24,000 target that we've been speaking of for the last, 7-8 days, maybe 10 days, is still very much intact. And I think if you really want to take a more aggressive bet, go with the Bank Nifty. 50,000 is an interim target. I think the upside could be as high as 51,000 as well, depending on what the governor does. But still, as I said, nothing changes for me in terms of the recovery rally. 24,000 on the Nifty and about 50,000 plus kind of moves on the Bank Nifty.
Okay, we'll take in stock ideas from Kush on the other side of the break. So that's the teaser here, but just something that Puneet told me, and this is outstanding from a Maruti perspective. He checked the Vahan data. Maruti retail sales have been higher than Maruti wholesales for the month of January.
Oh.
Which means inventory cleanup, and there was only 9 days of inventory. It doesn't usually happen that retail is higher than wholesale. Maruti is not only sold well, they've cleaned up the inventory, so to say, which means it sets the stage for February and March to be strong as well.
Okay, so you're getting a consumption push, and things have begun to pick up.
Exactly.
So you might see that.
This is what TVS, Mr. Sudarshan Venu pointed out in Davos. That he is seeing double-digit growth for this year for two-wheeler industry, and he'll outpace the industry.
Yeah, this is insane. Okay, we'll take a very quick break, come back and talk more, including some stock ideas. Stay tuned.
This is the day that shapes the future of a billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to
to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
This is the day that shapes the future of a billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday. We started off with the premise of whether Budget 2025 will accelerate India. Well, it definitely will. Markets still in two minds on what the reaction should be on the budget, and that's showing with the volatility that you see on the charts. But now for a view from Vijay Kedia, individual investor. Kedia ji, बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है आपका, and we were waiting to hear your take on all of this. What have you got in mind? अब तक आपका मतलब composition, dialogue सब prepare हो गया होगा?
नहीं अभी कुछ प्रिपेयर नहीं हुआ है मैडम। अभी समीक्षा कर रहा हूँ बजट की।
समीक्षा कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, आपके टॉप 3 पॉइंट्स क्या हैं? Was the income tax relief a positive surprise for you or was it expected?
No, of course it was not expected. I also never expected that it should be above 10 lakh. So it was a really great surprise, and it is a good reform, you can call it, after GST and all. And of course, as the finance minister has said, that it will be 1 lakh crore will come into the system and all. It is certainly no doubt going to increase the consumption, and this is what we are seeing in the performance of many stocks related to FMCG and consumption and also. But overall, this is a good thing, no doubt about middle class and all. People like you and me will be benefited. But one thing I would like to tell you, ma'am, in this $4 trillion economy, this is very small money. This is not going to take the market to a new height. If you think that this is going to be a game changer for this market, so far stock market is concerned, economy is different here. And so if you think that this market is going to touch a new high on this reform or on this policy, I don't think so. I have my own doubts.
ना विजय जी, जैसे आपने अपने आप को मिडिल क्लास में डाल दिया, वो हमने नोटिस किया कि it's not.
भाई अभी मुकेश भाई के साथ खड़े रहते हैं, अपने कोई क्लास ही नहीं है भाई। अभी आप सोचिए ना, अभी किधर अंबानी अदानी जी के साथ खड़े होते हैं।
वो तो ठीक है,
कोई क्लास नहीं है।
But can you explain कि why is market so iffy about it? Because sticking to fiscal deficit, fiscal discipline is a good thing. Yes, the Capex number is not as high as was expected, but it also has to be realistic on how much you can spend. Government was unable to spend last year.
तो इसी बोलकर शायद उन्होंने फिर जो दूसरे साल का जो कैपेक्स है वो भी उन्होंने कम कर दिया, 10% कम कर दिया इन्होंने। तो हम जो बातें कर रहे हैं दैट वी वांट टू बिकम $30 trillion इकोनॉमी, $40 trillion इकोनॉमी एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स, इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन ओनली इफ यू थिंक समथिंग व्हिच इज अनएक्सपेक्टेड, सरप्राइजिंगली अनएक्सपेक्टेड। कि हमको सोचते हैं माने हम जब तक वो एनिमल स्पिरिट जब तक नहीं आएगी सिस्टम के अंदर में, तब तक we cannot continue to, or 6-7% growth, which is very good. We claim that we are the fastest growing economy in the world. But look at our base also, no? Every time we are comparing ourselves with China and other countries and all. But just try to understand our base. Until unless we really grow 15-20%, I think तब तक कोई बहुत बड़ा तोड़फोड़ यहाँ पर नहीं होने वाला है. तो मेरे को लगता है ये मिक्स है, ये कि ठीक है अब ये डिफेंस के शेयर सारे डाउन हो गए, अभी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के शेयर सारे डाउन हो गए कि उन्होंने बजट का वो नेक्स्ट ईयर का वो कैपेक्स ही उन्होंने कम कर दिया. सब मिक्स है ये, इसके अंदर में कोई सीधा वन वे कुछ ऐसा नहीं है कि हाँ भाई अभी ये सीधा वन वे ट्रैफिक हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है.
ओके, द वन वे ट्रैफिक एंड विजय केडिया इज राइट एंड मिस्टर केडिया, आप जाए उसके पहले आप प्रिपेयर्ड हो या ना हो, आप ऑन द स्पॉट कर लेते हैं तो हम आपसे एक गाना या एक शेर तो सुनेंगे ही सुनेंगे. लेकिन आपके लगते चलते हुए प्रशांत खेमका जी भी हमारे साथ हैं, सो लेट्स गेट हिम ऑल्सो इन द कॉन्वर्सेशन. उनकी भी बात सुनते हैं, लेकिन आपको जाने से पहले एक शेर तो कहना पड़ेगा. अभी तो जा भी नहीं रहे हैं, जाने से पहले मैं बोल रहा हूँ. हाँ,
एक शेर प्रशांत जी भी गए, एक शेर प्रशांत जी भी बोलेंगे.
अच्छा चलो, लेट्स आस्क हिम. प्रशांत
पहले केडिया जी.
ठीक है, वो ठीक है.
Okay, this is a great combo because not only do we get Vijay Kedia to say a share, and after that we get Prashant Khemka also to make an attempt. So this is great.
Yeah.
But Prashant, great having you. Thanks for joining in. To the point that Vijay Kedia was making, right? Okay, it's not a one-way thing. But can a budget really be that in that sense, considering the tight fisc room that the FM is working with? And therefore, is this a budget where the government or the FM is saying that we tried to do capex, private sector did not come in, and consumption suffered. Let's try to do consumption now. And is that an apt thing? Is it good for the markets? Is it not good for the market?
So Neeraj, this question is for me, I think.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, since Kedia ji is there, I'll take the liberty of responding in Hindi.
Yeah.
Please, let's do that.
Or mix.
नहीं, आप हिंदी में बोलिए पूरी तरह से.
We love it. बहुत मजा आएगा.
So देखिए, I think पिछले कई सालों में मेरे हिसाब से ये बेस्ट बजट है, क्योंकि मैं जिस नजरिए से देखता हूँ, मैं ये देखता हूँ गवर्नमेंट का माइंडसेट, क्या माइंडसेट रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है ये गवर्नमेंट का. अब ओवर द इयर्स कई बार ऐसा होता है कि एंड नॉट पर्टिकुलरली दिस गवर्नमेंट और द प्रायर मोदी गवर्नमेंट और एनी प्रायर गवर्नमेंट, बट कई टाइम गवर्नमेंट्स get into the mode of fine tuning and micromanaging everything. Yeah, ease of all that always makes it more difficult to do business for businesses. Yeah, or अगर it is more difficult to do business, तो job creation difficult होता है. अब ये बजट में throughout एक theme है, I found in like every 5-10 minutes segment of the budget अगर आप सुनिएगा, and I keep tab of these points as I listen to the budget. So almost every 5-minute segment में Honorable Finance Minister ने ease of doing business के related कुछ ना कुछ कहा है. That to me is the biggest panacea for India. India में जो biggest problem है वो आज भी ये है कि business करना बहुत difficult है. Now it is much better than 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Yeah, but आज भी इंडिया का रैंकिंग पहले समझो 2014 में 142nd था, वो 2020 तक कुछ 63 हुआ. आज भी कुछ अगर उसको सही मायने में वो पब्लिश करेंगे अगर वर्ल्ड बैंक, तो वो आज भी 40-50 के या 30-40 के नंबर पे होगा. इफ यू आर 30th 40th कंट्री, नोबडी केयर्स रियली, राइट, इन एनी स्पोर्ट. आई एम सेइंग अगर आप फुटबॉल में 30th 40th कौन सी कंट्री, वी डोंट नो. Cricket may we want to be number one. So ease of doing business, which is, the pillar on which a country can create jobs and grow faster, उसमें we have to निरंतर अपने को improvement करते रहना है. और वो ये बजट में at least directionally, obviously magnitude wise तो बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. There are like thousands of things that need to be improved. But at least ये बजट में काफी ऐसी चीजें हैं which suggests कि directionally government का ध्यान वहां पर है. And that's why this budget is very big positive for me. Last budget के लिए मैं ये same नहीं कह सकता हूँ, and मेरे comments भी last budget के are there in the media, and I wasn't as congratulatory or as complimentary on the budget. But ये budget में I can go through the points if you like, but there are numerous points where ease of doing budget has been encouraged. Yes, there are some. मेरा जो pet peeve है कि अभी तक सरकार ने ये पॉसिबल नहीं किया कि मेरे जैसे फंड मैनेजर सिंगापुर, हांगकांग, लंदन से मूव बैक कर सके इंडिया में, और गिफ्ट सिटी में जो मोदी जी की एक ड्रीम है, मोदी जी का एक ड्रीम है, गिफ्ट सिटी में हम जैसे फंड मैनेजर्स आके नहीं एस्टेब्लिश कर सकते बिकॉज ऑफ द इश्यूज एंड डिफिकल्टी ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस अंडर सेक्शन 9A. बट वो एक पर्सनल इश्यू को साइड में रखे तो आई थिंक डायरेक्शनली ये काफी पॉजिटिव बजट है.
ओके प्रशांत, एक काम करेंगे बिकॉज देयर आर ओनली लाइक 15 minutes left for the markets to shut. So one, I would love for you to come sometime next week should you have the time, और आप हमारे साथ आके ये ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे एक बात करें 15-20 मिनट के लिए, बिकॉज इट विल बी रियली गुड टू सी, बिकॉज दैट इज अ पेट पीव. आई कंप्लीटली एग्री. लेकिन
बिल्कुल
केडिया जी की शायरी और आपकी शायरी के पहले आपका एक और सवाल सुनना एक और जवाब सुनना चाहेंगे प्रशांत, कि फ्रॉम अ मार्केट्स पर्सपेक्टिव क्या ये बजट कंस्ट्रक्टिव है या नॉन इवेंट है?
Again, because ease of doing business is so important to structural growth and job creation, enhance the economy and corporate earnings, enhance the market, मेरे हिसाब से ये पॉजिटिव बजट है, विदाउट डाउट पॉजिटिव बजट है. आज जो भी मार्केट्स इन शॉर्ट टर्म, एज मार्केट्स हैव बीन वॉलेटाइल. In the short term, in the very short term, like one day, few hours, market can shoot from the hip, shoot first, aim later. But as market digests, I think there are more positive in the budget than negative.
So, इस पर जो प्रशांत खेमका जी ने कहा, इस पर विजय केडिया का व्यू मैं चाहूंगी, बिकॉज द डायरेक्शन इज द सेम बट द आउटलुक एटलीस्ट इन द शॉर्ट टर्म ऑन द बजट इज क्वाइट डिस्टिंक्ट. विजय केडिया जी, आपने खेमका जी के सारे कमेंट्स सुने. ही सेइंग दिस इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट बजट्स ही सीन इन रीसेंट टाइम्स. You are not 100% on that. What will it take to convince you?
No, I will tell you, I learn from the people like Prashant ji and other economists and other industrialists and all. When I listen to their interviews, then I actually make up my mind and I learn from them. As on date, as of now, while I am talking to you, I really feel that I don't think that this budget, whatever it is going to take the market to the next level. I doubt it. I have my own doubt. So many things are there in prices. So many shares are still expensive. Even FMCG also, if you compare to them, they are expensive. So from the investor point of view, as an individual investor, I don't think that I would be very keen, just because of this budget, I would keen to buy any shares and all. So, yeah.
नहीं, मैं ये पूछ रही थी. अच्छा, ये तो बजट की बात हुई. यहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग सुबह से कह रहे हैं कि अब देखिए कि Feb 7 को क्या होता है, गवर्नर साहब क्या कहते हैं, क्या इंटरेस्ट रेट्स, लिक्विडिटी की तरफ से कुछ पुश मिलता है. वुड दैट बी द नेक्स्ट बिग ट्रिगर? बिकॉज क्वेश्चन इज कि इस यहाँ जो इस दलदल में हम फंसे हुए हैं, इस रेंज में, वहां से निकले कैसे?
देखिए, मेरे लिमिटेड नॉलेज में, आपको भी मालूम है, मैं कोई लोग के जैसे पढ़ा लिखा आदमी नहीं हूँ. मेरे को खाली एक ही चीज का इंडिया में डर लगता है, वो मैं कई बार आपके भी चैनल में मैं बोल चुका हूँ. मेरे को अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का इंडिया में बहुत बड़ा डर लगता है. मेरे को ऐसे लगता है कि 1 करोड़ आदमियों की जमात जो हर साल इकट्ठा हो रही है मार्केट के, ये जॉब मार्केट में आने के लिए, इनको सरकार कैसे एड्रेस करेगी? मेरे दिमाग में खाली एक ही सवाल घूमता है. मेरे टैक्स रेट कम होना मेरे लिए इतना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं लगता है. इतना ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट मेरे को ये लगता है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग टैक्स नेट में आए. वो कैसे आए? कमाई होके आए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट होकर वो टैक्स दे. मेरा मतलब ये, जोर जबरदस्ती से नहीं. और हमेशा मैं बोलता हूं, जब 2,40,000 आदमी इंडिया के अंदर में ऐसे हैं जो खाली 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा इनकम दिखाते हैं, इतने तो आपके साउथ एक्सटेंशन में मिल जाएंगे, ग्रेटर कैलाश उल्लास, आपका जो साउथ दिल्ली के अंदर में इतने आदमी मिल जाएंगे. उस चीज को कैसे एड्रेस करेगी सरकार, और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट को कैसे एड्रेस करेगी? मेरे लिए ये खाली एक चिंता का विषय है. तो जैसा प्रशांत जी ने बोला कि वो ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का जो उन्होंने बार बार लिया है, उसके अंदर में शायद कुछ ऐसा होगा. और मैं पढ़ूंगा, अगर मेरे को ऐसा कुछ समझ में आया आगे, उसके कुछ अगर वो दिखे, उसके कुछ उसका ट्रेलर दिखाई दिया, देन मे बी आई विल चेंज माई माइंड. एज ऑफ नाउ मेरा यही व्यू है.
Fair point, Mr. Kedia. Prashant, let me come to you. The one big positive with regard to when budgets are concerned was they can be change makers for the next 3, 4, 5 years. For example, the Capex announced in the 2021 budget, you can still see the kind of traction, the kind of push, the kind of tailwind that it has given so many sectors. What do you believe that this budget will give in terms of sectoral tailwind are there one or two sectors that you feel will really change over the next 1, 2, 3 years?
I think, see, more than one or two sectors, I think this budget is general positive. या तो आप एक दो सेक्टर को बड़ा पॉजिटिव कुछ अनाउंसमेंट का देखो, या अक्रॉस बोर्ड अगर इंप्रूवमेंट है तो दैट इज अ वेरी बिग डील. आई हैव ऑफ्टन सेड व्हाट इंडिया नीड्स इज लाइक 1,000 स्टिचेस. एक बड़ी सर्जरी करने की, या तो यू कंसिडर दोस 1,000 स्टिचेस एज वन बिग सर्जरी, एंड द गवर्नमेंट हैज टॉक्ड अबाउट introducing a new income tax bill. India mein, when you talk of ease of doing business, what makes it difficult to do business India में? क्योंकि इतने सारे कायदे कानून लिखे हुए हैं और वो इस प्रकार से लिखे हुए हैं कि बहुत डिफिकल्ट है उनको समझना, उनको समझकर फिर लागू करना, उनके तहत काम करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, राइट? तो गवर्नमेंट ने, अगर आप एफएम के कमेंट्स सुनिएगा तो लिखा है कि न्यू इनकम टैक्स बिल जो है वो, आई थिंक उन्होंने कहा, इफ आई हर्ड राइट, कि आधा उसमें से निकाल देंगे जो क्लॉजेस है. फिर उन्होंने कहा कि न्यू बिल वुड बी क्लियर, सिंपल टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड प्रोवाइड टैक्स सर्टेनिटी. और क्या चाहिए बिजनेसमैन को? अगर ये अभी देखते हैं, एक हफ्ते में आएगा वो न्यू टैक्स बिल एज पर व्हाट द ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर सेड. But if they indeed deliver on this, this is a huge, because the tax bill is the biggest of the regulatory or legal bill in the whole of government, right? अगर आप massively simplify कर रहे हो, clear, simple to understand and providing certainty, then that is a huge step forward. Obviously, fine print अभी तो announcement है, जब आएगा तब देखेंगे, but I have no reason to doubt what the Honorable Finance Minister has said at this point in time. And many other things, small things have been done. I wish कि a lot more could be done. Always, आशा तो हमेशा बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, पर जैसे they've decriminalized 100 additional laws. आज बिजनेसमैन को कोई भी इन्वेस्टर लाइक केडिया जी हो या मैं हूँ, डर लगता है कि भाई इतने सारे कायदे कानून है कि जो अगर गलती से भी एक्सीडेंटली अगर वायलेट हो गए तो उनका रिपरकशंस क्या होगा. एंड हर बिजनेसमैन को ये बहुत डर लगा रहता है.
श्योर
एंड डीक्रिमिनलाइज करना इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
एब्सोल्युटली सर. एंड न्यू टैक्स बिल में शायद इसका कुछ ढांचा आएगा. आई डाउट देयर विल बी अ चेंज इन द स्लैब्स बिकॉज दैट हैज बीन नाउ अनाउंस्ड इन द बजट. इट विल बी मोर ऑफ इंप्रूविंग द ease of filing taxes, etc. But before we let
ease of understanding what the code is saying.
Yes, that we will wait to see. That we will wait to see for sure. But before we let Prashant Khemka and Vijay Kedia go, as promised, Kedia ji, आप कह रहे हैं कि मार्केट के लिए थोड़ा और समय लगेगा, लेकिन एक आपकी तरफ से व्यू, वन शायरी, एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स प्रशांत खेमका विल जॉइन इन.
तो मैं 2 लाइन जरूर अभी मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है, वो ये है कि थोड़ा है, थोड़े की जरूरत है, ये जिंदगी फिर भी यहाँ खूबसूरत है.
ये ऐसे विजय केडिया ओरिजिनल नहीं हुआ, बट आज के लिए चल जाएगा. द टैलेंट दैट ही पोजेसेस, ये थोड़ा अंडरवेलमिंग था.
वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस,
बट अच्छा था. केडिया जी, अगली बार जब आए एक गाना हो जाए, लेकिन चलो अभी क्योंकि आपने बोला था कि हम इनसे भी सुनेंगे, तो खेमका जी से भी सुनता है ना, कि उनकी क्या राय है.
जरूर जरूर. सो केडिया जी, आपकी इजाजत हो तो कबीर दास जी से प्रेरित होकर अभी एक दोहा मैंने सोचा है और अभी एक्चुअली लिखा है. हालांकि सोचा तो था कई दिनों से. तो तेजी में निवेश सब करे, मंदी में करे न कोई. तेजी में निवेश सब करे, मंदी में करे न कोई. मंदी में भी जो निवेश करे, तेजी उन्हीं की होए.
क्या claps all around.
आजकल 5-10-15% मार्केट गिरा, उसको लेके लोगों को बहुत मंदी में डर लग रहा है. तो इसलिए मैंने सोचा ये एक टाइमली दिमाग में आया, कबीर जी का दोहा रिलेटेड से प्रेरित.
केडिया जी, रिस्पॉन्ड करना है कोई?
नहीं, अभी क्या. कबीर दास की उल्टी वाणी बरसे कंबल भीगे पानी.
See, this
is the top of wow. This is what a day, and what a way to close out this session. We're about what 8-9 minutes to go.
मैं इनको थैंक करूँ उसके पहले मैं एक ट्राई कर लूँ. कॉपी है लेकिन जस्ट
नहीं कॉपी है.
जस्ट एक कॉपी है. सॉरी. किसी की कहावत है, मुझे लगता है कि राकेश जी की कहावत है कि चवन्नी में ताजमहल तभी मिलता है जब जेब में चवन्नी नहीं होगी. So just trying to say what प्रशांत खेमका said, right? That के तेजी मंदी में कोई इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकता है, लेकिन आपको ताजमहल चवन्नी में तभी मिलेगा जब आपके पास चवन्नी नहीं है, which effectively says कि तभी जाके इन्वेस्ट करो तो आपको ताजमहल जितने गेन्स मिलेंगे.
So Neeraj, you will get there to their level.
No, this is not my level.
But it will take some time.
No, Baba, this is not my saying. This is Rakesh ji's saying.
इसमें मेरे को एक और याद आ गया मेरे को.
प्लीज.
जो आपने बोला कि जब मैं था तब हरी नहीं, जब हरी है मैं ना ही, प्रेम गली अति साकरी जामे दो न समाए.
Wow.
This is another level. This is
how a special Saturday session should end. We're all working on a weekend, but at least we're having fun doing it. Thank you so much, Vijay Kedia ji, Prashant Khemka ji.
Thank you.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you, Tamanna. Thank you.
Join करने के लिए it's always a pleasure. Wow. And as we close down, Kush, are you feeling FOMO? Anything that you want to add, or any stocks you want to give us for Monday?
No. Sometimes it's good to sit back and enjoy as an audience. I was doing that today and very happy to do that. Just on the closing note, one stock that I have already shared with the team is Aarti Industries. I think the markets will now get back to post-budget life, right? I mean, just been a day today. I know Monday perhaps the FI effect will come in, but normal course of action will resume. I think Aarti Industry is doing rather well. 475, 490. Your targets 445 is the stop loss. One stock that I want to mention is IndusInd Bank. I think we've discussed this in the morning. I was waiting for it to move and close above the 1,000 mark. Looks like it will. I think it's shaping up rather nicely. Something that you want to keep on your radar.
Okay, Parag. As we end, what's your feeling? Is the budget setting the stage for higher moves if the RBI policy also comes true? Are you looking at better levels? My question that I told you, that one of our colleagues had said that a lot of people were maybe sitting on a little bit of cash right now, etc. This is a good time to deploy.
This is a time to start, because see, I'll tell you, fiscal prudence is the most important thing, and then RBI providing liquidity to the system is the most important thing. And on one hand, as I told you in the morning, that Capex, when you put up a Capex, you should have a visibility of demand, right? That demand booster this budget has given. Plus, government has also laid down. So I'll also end with a song.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Parag bhai.
So there's a movie called Khuddar, and there's a song called "Unche Niche Raaste aur Manzil Teri Dur, Raah mein Rahi Ruk Na Jana Hokar Ke Majboor." So our government has laid down a debt to GDP roadmap, right? That FY26 they want 56% debt to GDP. FY31 they want 50% debt to GDP. This is amazing, right? This is amazing. This is like a company saying that my net debt to EBITDA will be 1x, like Reliance has said, right? So our government is fiscally prudent. No one in this world can now say कि short India or bhag jao, because we are fiscally prudent. Our current account deficit is in control, our fiscal deficit is in control, our banking balance sheets are extremely strong, our corporates are under leveraged.
Yes.
So nobody can go and just short India now. So PEB 18-20 is okay. Once earnings come back in next year, which I am sure it will. And Rakesh ji एक और बात कहते हैं, if you remember, I have a huge respect for him, so I am telling you कि ये गवर्नमेंट हमेशा अंडर प्रॉमिस करता है. ये गवर्नमेंट बजट में they give very conservative estimates. So nominal GDP growth estimate of 10.1% is a recency effect, because last year they were not able to deliver because of election. So they are promising you only 10.1, and all the estimates are based on that. I am 100% sure this year our nominal GDP will be higher.
Wow, that is a statement on record. We have that to check.
Yeah,
and
thumb the table.
Thumb the table. That's the Parag.
Next year, budget day, same time.
Look at what this government has done to PSU banks, and just you will get the idea. Once they decide what they can do, they can do.
Okay.
And if they have decided now we are going to focus on fiscal prudence
that
plus
is what they'll
growth.
do. Okay, so Parag bhai, build out a portfolio. Somebody has 10 lakh rupees right now. I'm not asking for stock recommendations, but just broadly, what should people do?
I tell you, asset allocation has to be done, right? For example, some money has to be in, FD, some money has to be in gold, some money, so of course, house has to be there. That first priority is, if everything is taken care of, you are just investing in equities. For example, in our model portfolio, we are at 8-9% cash. And for example, our habit is that, for example, today FMCG stocks have gone up. So we will not buy it today. We bought it 15 days ago, right? So you should not jump into the momentum. If you want to make a bigger gains and sustainable gains, so buy something which is, for example, my stocks, and again a disclaimer, they are in my portfolio, you should not buy it. Anyway, market is closing. So I would say that Axis Bank kind of stocks or SBI, PNB kind of stocks in that space, in two-wheeler space, TVS Motors kind of stocks or Mahindra kind of stocks, I like them. See, Axis, and I tell this to even other people also, that Axis is trading at 10 PE, 1.2 time book. बच्चे की जान ही लो लोग क्या? So basically, SBI is trading at 7 PE. PNB is trading at 0.9 now, and they have delivered a PE of 6. So I think all this is amazing. If the economy, and as I told you, when RBI infuses liquidity and the growth accelerates in deposits, they can all grow their advances also faster.
Okay, so that's the big picture there. The only problem and question is that what do you do in the short term? Now, as we're closing down and we have just a couple of minutes to go, we'll get to Harsh for the closing rates on the show today. Just to wrap up what we're seeing in Nifty IT in a world of pain. Kosh, you said Bank Nifty. Bank Nifty is the play. Any individual banking stocks, BFSI stocks that you would look at today?
So one that I mentioned just now, which is IndusInd Bank, looks like it's closing above that resistance level of 1,000. So, risk reward ratio extremely favorable. It's just the momentum that needs to catch up. So 1,045, 1,090 being the targets. Somewhere close to 975 is where you place that stop loss. But also keep an eye on one stock that we've been discussing quite regularly in the banking space, which is KVB, Karur Vysya Bank. Seen a very good run up today in a bit of a profit booking thereabouts. But I think on the whole, the bank is placed rather well, at least from a technical standpoint.
Okay, just about a minute and a half to go. Harsh, take it away. How are we looking like we're closing on budget day?
Well, choppy day, Tamanna, but we're closing decently well, not in bad shape at all, I would say. Let's pull up the intraday on the Nifty 50 and thereafter we'll go to the breadth as well because that's going to hold the key a little bit when we enter next week. Around a 10% lower, so not too bad, well off the lows of the day. We've recovered nearly 170 points from those lows, so surely that could be one big positive. But let's look at broader markets. Let's look at the breadth first. Let's see how those have reacted. The breadth, if we can pull that one up very, very quickly. Okay, so 0.5% low on the Nifty mid cap. The Nifty small cap as well, around 0.5% higher. So that one doing relatively better. And the breadth, there you go. Largely even Steven is how the breadth is looking at this point. And it's been a volatile day where we've seen the breadth also flicker between the red and the green quite a bit. Last off, if we can look at the Nifty 50 heat map, see which stocks have done well. Consumption names right at the top. You even have the likes of an Oysher, Bajaj Auto doing well on the back of consumption. Maruti up 5%. It's been Kush's call of the day. And what's not done well is some bit of infra because the Capex that was expected didn't come through, and that's why you'll see some of those names at the bottom. The likes of a Power Grid, the likes of an NTPC, some of the PSU pack as well, facing some of that pressure. I want to also turn to sectors. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map because there are some real buzzers here. The Nifty Realty Index is up 3%. The FMCG index also up nearly 3%. So those are some big moves made on those indices. The auto index is up 2% as well. Banking index largely stable. But what's not done well, the energy and the PSU banking pack and oil and gas, IT also down around 1.3 odd percent. The India VIX has tanked around 12%, and that's the other positive. Run up to the budget, generally the VIX spikes, and this severe cool off that we've seen would be interesting to see as to how Monday also plays out on the back of that. But we've closed, of course, for the day, and Those are some names which have buzzed today. The BSE 500 top gainers, top losers. Blue Star, Zensar, Blue Star again on the back of consumption. Radico Khaitan on the back of consumption. Avenue Supermarts was up 10% at one point, closing just about 9% higher on the entire consumption theme playing out very, very well. Some lenders here on this side and railway stocks really coming under pressure. That was one pocket which really saw pressure in trade today.
So what I find interesting is that the assumption of the market on what all this extra money will be spent on. So a Sapphire, Radico Khaitan, even an Avenue, all seeing that boost coming in. Well, we'll wrap here. I want to thank Kush, Parag and everyone who's joined us on YouTube, on TV. You're watching us on all our different platforms. Thank you so much. We're taking a short break, but we're not done yet. Budget Express up next. In case you have missed what happened in the budget, there is no better way to catch up in a quick, speedy fashion. All of that after this very short break. Stay tuned. This is the day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve.
मैं मां लक्ष्मी से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि देश के हर गरीब एवं मध्यम वर्ग समुदाय पर मां लक्ष्मी की विशेष कृपा रहे।
There will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees. In this budget, the proposed development measures span 10 broad areas focusing on Garib, Youth, Annadata and Nari. Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana, Developing Agri-Districts Program. A new scheme will be launched for 5 lakh women, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, first-time entrepreneurs. We embark on a journey to unlock our nation's tremendous potential under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Budget Express and I'm Hiral Dadia. A bit-sized wrap of the top news of the day. Let's get started. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her record 8th consecutive budget which contained measures that ease the burden on the middle class struggling with high prices and stagnant wage growth while being fiscally prudent. And consumer spending gets a boost through a combination of changes in personal income tax, indirect tax reductions and an overall budgetary thrust on public investment. The immediate will come from the slew of income tax measures announced. In other words, the government has returned 1 lakh crore to consumers in FY26. FMCG stocks outperform after the budget speech. And the benchmarks recover from day's low but end in the red. The Nifty ends above 23,400 mark, whereas the Sensex ends above 77,500. The trading volumes were subdued. Broader markets fare mixed. FMCG shoots higher and the big bank consumption announcement followed by realty, consumer durables and media. IT, metals and BSU banks were under pressure. The biggest tax relief in over 28 years for the middle class with tax structure under new tax regime revised. No tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees and 12.7 lakh rupees for salaried individuals. This means taxpayers of up to 12 lakh rupees will enjoy tax rebate except those with special income. Additionally, the tax slab for those with income between 12 to 16 lakh is 15%, whereas those within 16 to 20 lakh rupees is at 20%. The personal income tax for those with income between 20 to 24 lakh is 25%, whereas those above 24 lakh will pay 30%. Now, this fresh tax structure under the new tax regime will actually result in substantial savings for the middle class. For instance, those with income of 8 lakh will save 30,000 rupees. Those with income of 9 lakh will save 40,000. 10 lakh will save 50,000 rupees. 11 lakh will save 65,000 rupees. 12 lakh will save 80,000 rupees. And above that will be 1,10,000. And a tax bonanza will continue to remain in focus as Finance Minister announces new income tax bill to be proposed next week. She mentions that the bill will be simple to understand for the common man, with being close to half of the present law, and the bill will primarily focus on the middle class. And the next big elephant of the budget are the fiscal deficit and Capex figures. Finance Minister announces fiscal deficit for FY25 at 4.8% of GDP, and for FY26 it's estimated at 4.4% of the GDP. And the Capex for FY25 stands at 10.18 lakh crore rupees. The government clocked a capital expenditure of 10.18 lakhs in FY25 as against budgeted of 11.11 lakh crore according to the Union Budget 25-26. India's Capex spending has actually aided the overall investment growth in recent years despite limited private investments. While the focus on the Capex continues, the government has been increasing the Capex target at a slower pace given the medium term. and the nominal GDP growth of 10.1% versus 9.7% year on year, and the absolute nominal GDP of 357 trillion for FY26 versus 324 trillion for FY25. In fact, Manrega allocations have been flat at 860 billion rupees. Infrastructure, the big wheels of the economy garner major announcements. The government announces 1.5 lakh crore interest-free loan for states over 50 years. Each infrastructure ministry tasked with identifying 3 pipelines of projects that can be implemented through public-private partnerships. In fact, Jal Jeevan mission to be extended until 2028 with an enhanced outlay. And a gigantic boost to MSME sector with investment limits increased to 2.5 times and turnover limits doubled. In fact, customized credit cards with 5 lakh limit to be made available to registered micro enterprises. Also, a new scheme to support 5 lakh first-time women, that is the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe entrepreneurs, providing loans of up to rupees 2 crore. And the government is to set up 1 lakh crore urban challenge fund. This is designed to finance up to 25 bankable urban projects. Moreover, FM also announces a second infra plan for 2025 to 2030, which will reinvest 10 lakh crores into new infrastructure initiatives. And agricultural productivity to be boosted with Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana. The scheme is set to actually improve the availability of short and long-term credit and benefit 1.5 crore farmers. FM says the aim is to actually create more opportunities for rural demography, and this is to facilitate migration than making it a necessity. The government is also working on making pulse cultivation self-sufficient. And the budget includes artificial intelligence in its expansive list of announcements. The Centers of Excellence in AI for Education to be set up with a total outlay of 500 crore. AI is projected to contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. Do note that the cabinet had authorized more than 10,300 crore rupees for the Indian AI mission in March 2024. And on the education front, FM announces 10,000 additional seats to be added in medical colleges next year, a positive for hospitals. And the minister also informs that 1.1 lakh undergraduate and PG medical seats were added in 10 years. Moreover, the government is working on building additional infrastructure to accommodate 6,500 more students in IITs established after 2014. And regional connectivity to improve with alterations in Udan scheme. Government to add 120 new destinations and carry 4 crore additional passengers in the next 10 years, the FM says. India's top 50 tourist destination sites will be developed in partnership with states through a challenge mode, medical tourism and Heal in India to be promoted via public-private partnership. And a big thumbs up coming up from SpiceJet's top boss, Ajay Singh. In an exclusive chat with NDTV Profit, he says, this budget is very positive. Reduction of tax will lead to greater consumer spending. Exemption of income tax up to rupees 10 lakh is the single big announcement. He says Udan is the most successful scheme of Modi government and will transform air connectivity further. And the union budget entails ambitious target for nuclear energy. FM highlights importance of building at least 100 gigawatt nuclear capacity by 2047. Specifics include setting up nuclear energy mission for R&D of small reactors with an outlay of 20,000 crore rupees, 5 small modular reactors to be operationalized by 2033, and Atomic Energy Act and Civil Liability to Nuclear Energy Act will be amended. And the government has dedicated several key initiatives aimed at boosting Bihar's development, with the state set to head to the polls later this year. She proposed establishing a Makhana board in Bihar, National Institute of Food Technology. A new institute will also be established in Bihar to enhance food processing capabilities in eastern India, which is expected to significantly boost local industries. In fact, Bihar will see an expansion in its education infrastructure with additional resources allocated to 5 IITs. And food processing stocks soar after FM announced the establishment of a food processing institute in Bihar, highlighting national manufacturing mission to boost Make in India. And the Defence Budget 2025 allocation raised, but FY25 target missed. The Ministry of Defence's total allocation is up 6.2% versus the revised budget of 24-25 estimate. In fact, the budget 26 estimate at 6.81 lakh crore is revised from a 6.41 lakh crore budget. So that's the number that we're looking at. And the budget turns out to be a negative for real estate players, especially shopping malls. EY explains this by pointing that companies that record the commercial properties as plant will no longer receive any GST credit. Companies to return GST credit availed effective retrospectively from July 2017. In fact, Swami Fund, that's worth 15,000 crore, is what they've also done for completion of stranded projects to the tune of 1 lakh units. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces that 36 life-saving drugs to be exempted from basic customs duty. She had announced this measure to provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer. And India ranks second largest globally in fish production and aquaculture. Finance Minister in her budget speech regarding India's marine sector says that India will bring in a framework for sustainable harnessing of fisheries, keeping special focus on the island regions of the country, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The stock of Avanti feeds jumps 4%. And Bharat TradeNet introduced to streamline trade documentation and financing needs for companies involved in international trade. This move comes as a part of fostering digital public infrastructure and will especially help MSME exporters. And Jal Jeevan Mission extended till FY28 with enhanced outlay. The government has allocated 67,000 crore for fiscal 26. Under the mission, every rural household will have drinking water supply in adequate quantity on a regular and long-term basis. In fact, this will be available to rural communities at affordable delivery charges, and the total allocation is around 70,000 crore rupees versus revised total allocation of 22,700 crore rupees approximately for FY25. And to give a major boost to the EV battery production, FM has announced a proposal to extend duty exemptions on capital goods. Now, this move is aimed to boost the domestic production in sectors like EV and mobile phones. The revised list now includes 35 additional capital goods for electric vehicle battery production and 28 additional capital goods for mobile phone battery manufacturing. And with quick commerce dominating Indian markets and gig workers taking charge, the government announces social security schemes for gig workers. The FM says ID cards of online delivery workers will be registered on the government portal. Sriharsha Majeti, MD and Group CEO, Swiggy, says for Budget 25, democracy, demography and demand. Honorable Finance Minister very articulately described this alliteration as 3 engines of growth. It is to her immense credit that the budget addresses all these aspects. In fact, it has sufficient provisions to unshackle India's demographic dividend through new and strengthening of existing welfare policies. The government pushes for growth of solar space. The manufacturing mission will support clean tech, build ecosystem for solar cells, EV batteries and high voltage transmission equipment. The national manufacturing mission will actually cover small, medium and large industries. And in a disappointment for the Indian Railways, the union budget for FY26 has actually kept the allocation absolutely flat at 2.55 lakh crore, the same amount allocated in the previous year. Railway PSUs, IRFC, RV, NLC, sharp sell-off after no increase in allocation. And the Ministry of Rail Transportation and Highways saw its allocation remain unchanged in first full budget of Modi 3.0 with an allocation of rupees 2.72 lakh crores for FY26, which is largely unchanged from the previous year. In fact, the budgetary allocations will help in developing more highways and expressways amid rising interest rates and increasing cost of land. Of the total 2.72 lakh crores, the National Highways Authority of India has been allocated around 1.87 lakh crores as part of MOD's capital expenditure plan for FY26, a 10% increase from the previous year when it was allocated 1.68 lakh crores. And the FDI limit for insurance sector to be raised to 100% from 74%. This change applies to insurers that invest their entire premium only in India. This move is expected to drive innovation in the space and also aligns with government's vision of insurance for all by 2047. And the government has kept its financial year 26 disinvestment target at 47,000 crore. This is for FY25. The revised estimate stands at 33,000 crore compared to the budgeted estimate of 50,000 crore. And a big announcement for cotton players. The government launches 5-year mission for cotton productivity. This is expected to work towards rejuvenating India's textile sector. And the budget outlined ambitious plans to elevate India's tourism sector with a focus on developing the country's top 50 tourist destinations. The union government will develop these sites in partnership with states. The finance minister also revealed plans to extend Mudra loans to homestays, making travel experiences more accessible and boosting local economies. And the government has revised the budget allocation for the production-linked incentive scheme for the automobile and auto component sector to 2,890 crore for FY26, down from 3,500 odd crores in the previous year as of March 2024. The capital investment under the scheme has reached 14,000 odd crores, leading to the creation of nearly 29,000 jobs out of the projected 1.48 lakh. So far, 85 applicants have been approved under the scheme. And the custom duty cut on LPG, the Union Budget 2025 proposed to cut custom duty on LPG to 5% from 15% earlier. It also proposes to cut duty on propane and butane to 2.5% from 15% earlier. This will be negative for Gujarat Gas as propane is a competing fuel in Morbi region. Amongst the many announcements, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces broadband connectivity for all government, primary and secondary schools as well as primary healthcare centers in rural areas. And the union budget allocates 98,311 crore rupees for the health ministry. This is higher than 89,300 odd crores allotted last year, and this represents a 191% increase since FY15. And after the budget reforms, some items will become cheaper due to tax reductions, while others could see price hikes due to increased duties or new taxes. A reduction in custom duty on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4% has been announced. 36 life-saving drugs fully are exempted from basic custom duty, making them way cheaper. However, the prices of telecom equipments are set to rise. And in an effort to transform one of India's oldest institutions, India Post, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced the government's move to transform India Post to a large public logistics organization. The Finance Minister said that India Post, which currently has 1.5 lakh rural post offices, will now be complemented by the India Post Payment Bank and a vast network of 2.4 lakh Dak Sevaks, while be repositioned to act as a catalyst for the rural economy. And the Union Budget of 2025 has allocated 1,500 crores to the solar power grid segment, reinforcing India's commitment to renewable energy transition. Last year, the Finance Minister allotted over 8,000 crores to the segment, significantly up from 4,757 crores earmarked in FY24 revised estimates. And that's a wrap on Markets Express Budget Special. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit for a full day coverage on Budget 26.
This is the day that shapes the future of a billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
This is the day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company.
Big relief for the middle-class taxpayers. Finance Minister Sitharaman announces new tax slabs in her budget speech. Markets, however, end muted, snapping a 4-day winning streak. Sectors ended mixed, with FMCG and realty feeling the budget bonanza. Consumption boost of 1 lakh crore rupees in the budget by reduction in direct taxes sets the stage for economic growth, with key measures aimed at boosting consumption and strategic investments. New schemes announced for first time women entrepreneurs. The FM announces provision of 2 crore rupees for entrepreneurs. Credit guarantee cover also to be enhanced for MSMEs to 10 crore rupees from the previous 5 crore rupees. After Donald Trump's threats, 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada each to come into effect today, along with a 10% tariff on China. Hello and welcome, viewers. This is the big day to NDTV Profit. You're watching Profit 360, Budget 360 in fact, and during the show we will try to bring you all the latest updates on the markets, on international news, and especially the budget coverage. On your screens at the moment you can see that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to interact with the media and give highlights and questions, answer all the questions that might come in. So, we are going to cover this presser for you and give you all the latest updates. Of course, a couple of highlights have been, we have been reporting a couple of highlights. So let's go across to the FM presser and see what Nirmala Sitharaman has to say.
Finance Minister will make her opening remarks. Thereafter, we will take questions. I request all of you to follow the point of order. It would be very nice if each of you asking a question may restrict to one question at one go. This will ensure that all other your friends may get chance. Please introduce yourself and organization before asking the question. Over to Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you and good evening to all of you all. I'm happy to be here talking about today's budget. The budget actually says several things about our path towards Vikasit Bharat. It has invested in agriculture. It has certainly looked at rural prosperity, focuses on urban development, particularly looking at urban workers, and continues to lay emphasis on reforms. 6 specified sectors have been identified and I spoke about it in the budget. Sectors in which we will continue our reform agenda. All this, even as we have continuously been engaged with the stakeholders and interest of education and health has been prioritized. When we're talking about education, from a child in a daycare center, portion for women, lactating mothers, till the level of getting skilling done, and also for artificial intelligence and digital reading material for students in school and colleges. Every aspect of education and bringing in that dimension which is so critical for health, daycare, cancer centers, and making sure more medical seats are available. These are kind of things with which I'm trying to highlight. The approach in this budget has been pointed on areas which definitely need immediate intervention, outlays, and action along with the states. So Vikasit Bharat is not just being described. I've given you also what we mean by Vikasit Bharat, or what is it that we expect to achieve for Vikasit Bharat. So this budget actually has given you several things on which you can understand how this economy is being planned to take forward a route towards Vikasit Bharat. Secretaries have joined me. All of them would also come in to explain or answer and give clarity and so on. But one thing which I certainly would like to highlight is responding to the voice of the people, which is what Prime Minister Modi is known for in his administration. It's a very responsive government. And as a result, the income tax simplification, which I announced in July, is already completed in its works, and we shall bring the bill in the next week. So the income tax simplification, about which in July budget I have gone in detail to say, the work is completed within 6 months is what I said. Within 6 months we brought the bill. It will be coming into the parliament next week. So if we are talking of reform inclusive of taxation, the work is done. This budget also speaks about rationalization in customs. Tariffs are being brought down, tariffs are being simplified, and also the basket which consisted of so many different tariffs for so many different commodities are now reduced. 8 were taken off earlier, 8 has been taken off now. So whatever remains now, 7 I think remains, and that is all about India's tariff picture. So the usual narrative which goes on, saying is India being too heavy on tariffs? No, you find that we've drastically reduced and also simplified. So this budget has so many things for all of us to talk about. The more important thing about agriculture, which performed very well during COVID and which has contributed to India's food security, the proposals which are mentioned in this budget actually talk about everything to do with beej to bazaar, literally from the stage of seeds, hybrid seeds, climate resilient seeds, seeds which can give greater output, seeds which are going to be high yielding, all this together to the final point of India becoming the world's food basket. That's the definition I put in when I was talking about Vikasit Bharat. So we are making sure that India's agriculture gets the support across the board, whether it is on seeds, whether it is for skilling the farmers, whether it is rural prosperity, whether it is going to have agriculture and allied industries being set up in rural areas, and whether it is going to be farmers getting better and more loan with interest subvention, not just farmers, fishermen, and also dairy, meaning animal husbandry. So the picture for rural development and the picture for supporting agriculture is across the board, and that has been narrated. The second thing which I would want to highlight is the continued emphasis that we're giving since vote on account budget, July budget, and now on the MSMEs, whether it is giving them sovereign guaranteed loan, whether it is support during COVID, whether the definition being changed now for better, more inclusive growth in MSMEs, access to bank credit. So MSMEs have also been given greater emphasis. Together with this, I'd like to highlight the point that energy security has had greater attention in this budget. We've highlighted in July budget how even pump storage will have greater attention. Solar and wind and renewable energy has also been taking consistently good importance in our budgets. This time we are talking about the small modular reactors. I've also announced that there shall be 2 amendments, one to the Atomic Energy Act and the other one for the civil liability. All of this is going to help us attain energy security. Insurance sectors, FDI, limits have been enhanced. That is another important announcement. I'll end my opening statement with two things. There is no reduction in the public spending on capital expenditure. Let's put that up front. We continue to place emphasis on the multiplier effect that capital expenditure done by government has shown, has sustained us. We continue on that. And with all this, our fiscal prudence has aligned itself to the glide path that we announced in 2020-21. So we've kept ourselves in alignment. Fiscal prudence has been maintained. And the next year, coming years, estimate is also been given. Well under 4.5 is what we had said earlier. We are also projecting the same. So this is just as an opening statement. There's a lot more to say, but as you all ask questions, so shall we answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 225. 225. Mike.
Will that be in the form of draft, and where you are also going to take stakeholder comments on that?
Yes, as a bill, any bill goes to the standing committee, and the standing committee will of course consult with so many stakeholders, and then it will come back to us, and if necessary, any more amendments if need to be brought in, we'll bring it in and take it forward in the House.
So do we expect implementation in this in the fiscal year in FY26?
Do you expect what?
Do we expect the implementation of?
Well, let it get passed. I hope it will get passed without much of a difficulty, but it is only after its passing.
Sure. Thank you.
35. Front.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. As you said, this is a very responsive government, which is why government decided to give these tax rebates. But given the structure that you have announced, ma'am, up to 12 lakh is the rebate. Any reason why this rebate has been hiked from 7 to 12 lakh? Is it that the incomes or salaries were not growing up to the mark, which is why government thought that this rebate needs to be given? And also, how do you make up for this 1 lakh crore of revenue loss? Will it not impact the budget estimates? Where will you get this money from?
Tipsy, I think the first question is, you said that this, when the incomes are not growing. This is an income tax. Only when there is an income, then we are talking of the tax. So income has to grow to the level to discuss about the tax. Now, why from 7 to 12 lakh? It is something like, it was earlier 2.2 lakhs. When 2014, it became 2.5 lakh, nobody is going to pay tax. Then there was a 2019 that, we said 5 lakhs, nobody is going to pay tax. Then we said it was raised to 7 lakhs. And now it's being raised to 12 lakhs. So this is a perception that the government feels that, on the average 1 lakh per month, if you have, then you need not pay tax, which means that, we are doing it in two ways. One is we are reducing the slab rates. We are expanding the slabs. If you would have noticed, the slabs are now 0 to 4, 4 to the uniform slabs, and there is a gradualism. There was a thing when we had earlier 20%, then it was jumping to 30%. Now it is 20, we have introduced 25 also. So it's a gradual thing which has been done. Now this benefits every one of the taxpayers, because whatever benefits which has come from the slabs gets transmitted across. So therefore everyone gets a benefit. Now the second part, FM decided that, well, some people should get a little more benefit than merely slab rate reduction would have given. And so therefore an extra rebate. So slab rate reduction for everyone, and extra rebate for 7 lakhs were already getting it, now 7 to 5 lakhs more people have been added. So this is the philosophy behind it. And as you said, why you do it, I think we expect that all that money which they gave, it comes back to the economy in either consumption, savings or investments, in whatever way they choose to do.
I just want to add to that. if you compare what we've done today with what prevailed in 2014 under the Congress government, what we are, most often the narrative is we should put money back in the hands of the people. I want to please give this comparison for your consideration. If you compare it with the 2014 tax rates under the Congress, for somebody who's earning 8 lakhs, nearly 1 lakh more money is in their pockets today because of the amendments that we brought in. Meaning, 1 lakh income tax in 2014 is 0 income tax now. So that money is going back to the people in their hands for those who are earning 8 lakhs. For those earning 12 lakhs, 2 lakh was the income tax in 2014 versus today 0 which is proposed. Meaning nearly 2 lakh more money in the pockets of people who are earning 12 lakh. Alright, did I stop it there? As Finance Secretary rightly said, across the board everybody is getting benefit because the rates have also been brought down. Not just the rebates being given to up to 12 lakhs. Rates for everybody is being brought down. As a result, take somebody who earns 24 lakhs in a year. The income tax on them in 2014 was 5.6 lakhs. 2014. For them, now it is only 3 lakhs. The rate change has benefited somebody who earns 24 lakh as well. So 2.6 lakh rupees more in the pocket of people who are earning 24 lakh. So it is not just those who are up to 12 lakh because they are not paying any tax at all, because rebate is given to make up for the tax amount which they have to pay. It is not just up to 12 lakh. Even for others, benefit is accruing, and compared to what it was in 14, that much amount of money is going back to those respective money earners. Just compare it with 24 tax rates, which is prevailing now and what is being proposed. I would like to draw the comparison. 8 lakh people, meaning those who are earning 8 lakhs. 30,000 rupees more is being put back into their pockets, meaning they would be paying 30,000 in the prevailing tax, 8 lakh salaried wale. Now they pay 0 in the new proposal. Similarly, 12 lakh salary or income wale would have 80,000 rupees tax to pay in the current prevailing taxation rates. They would have 80,000 rupees now go back to their pockets. They don't have to pay that tax. Go to the 24 lakh and compare with the present rates. Present prevailing rate, they have to pay 4.1 lakh rupees as tax. We are saying now they will have 1.10 lakh in their pockets, which they don't have to pay as tax. So we have put good substantial amounts into the pockets of people who deserve to get that. And I would want that to be highlighted compared to what prevailed in 14 and what prevails just this year.
3. Three number. Ma'am, many congratulations. Something that has been quoted to you as well as the Prime Minister and yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor hinted, in terms of disinvestment and where you should not get into, government. You yourself have been talking from 2020, 21 and subsequently, government should be in less spaces. Has it been a strategy? Because I know you're committed to it, but last budget you didn't refer to it. This budget you have not referred to it. The target still remains there. Is there any impetus that you're going to do towards what has already been announced by the budget? For example, bank privatization of banks and others. That's one. And the second because it was unanswered, you're making it simpler, the income tax, and bringing a thing. Does this mean that you can now not necessarily all the time you can do it through a schedule or an executive order if you want to give some relief to a common man in the new income tax bill that you bring in?
No, giving relief any time will have to go to the parliament, because if we are giving fiscal relief to people, it has to have approval from the parliament. So but what the tax simplification really means is the complication in the language. the circuitous way in which they were explaining things, and adding too many exemptions. You will realize that when we brought in the new tax regime, we didn't want the old tax regime imitated or copied. In that, there are several exemptions given in the old regime. In the new, we didn't want to give any because we wanted a simple, straightforward tax regime in which the rates can be brought down. That's what we've done even now. So the act itself had to be simplified. The attempt now is that.
Okay. And on the disinvestment and...
No, all that will continue. There won't be a relenting on any of this.
On disinvestment, ma'am, if I can add, you see, the last time July also the similar questions were asked. We have actually since then a value creation strategy, which was actually well explained at that time also. There is no disinvestment target per se. Disinvestment and dividend are both looked at together because both are money and money is fungible. And it has got 5 elements. The first element is that we are saying CPSC's performance. The second is we say that we should have communication of performance. The third we say that the Capex of the CPSC, which is important as you know in terms of accelerating growth. The fourth is the consistent dividend policy. And the fifth is there is a calibrated disinvestment strategy. And the disinvestment also is there. The listing is a part of disinvestment itself. So if you really look at it, both dividend and disinvestment is about 80 to 90,000 crore per annum are being raised, but in a manner which are beneficial to the minority shareholders who are there in all our listed companies.
65, backside.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Ruchi Bhatia from Bloomberg News. I have a question for the Revenue Secretary and a question for you. If the Revenue Secretary can give us details on the benefits, the number of people who will benefit from the slab, from the rebates going up from 7 lakhs to 12 lakhs. And the question for you, Madam Finance Minister, a lot of people say that while the absolute number for Capex has gone up, the pace of spending has gone down as compared to a few years ago. Is it telling of the institutional capacity in terms of how much Capex push can the government really do? And secondly, as far as a lot of analysts do say that the multiplier that Capex has is a lot more than the multiplier in the economy than that tax cuts have. What would you say to like some of those concerns as well?
Well, 1 crore people will not benefit between the 7 lakh and 12 lakhs.
Meaning 1 crore more people will pay no tax. On the Capex, I think there are 2 things playing out. One, of course, this particular year has had the elections happening, and because of that, both central government and state governments were catching up with investments, public spending on investments only from the second and the third quarter, so it showed. It's equally true that when fundamental requirements are taken care of, when you're bringing in additional overhead, there is a pace at which those additions happen. So it's not as if there is no thirst for capital expenditure, but now it'll be at a pace in which you can build on each one of the developments that you've done prior. So it'll continue. There are some departments which will need more. There are others who would probably reach a plateau, but expenditure will have to continue even in them. So the heads where the capital expenditure will happen will vary, but expenditure will happen in building assets.
121.
No, Capex is also continuing. I have not foregone Capex to give for revenue expenditure or consumption expenditure. So both continue. Ajay.
Look at what the overall numbers are. Even in the coming year, the next year, effective capital expenditure, including what Government of India provides to state for their capital expenditure, is 4.3% of the GDP, one of the highest. It's not just what Government of India departments spend, it is the total money which goes for the capital expenditure. And if you look at that compared with this year's RE, there will be 20% increase. If you look B to B, still there will be a 10% increase. And it is not a capacity issue, it is a new sectors coming up. For example, if you notice, urban sector, the allocations are increasing. That's one area which requires a renewed focus.
121.
On the Capex, because this point can come up later also. So one is the Capex that we give directly, that is we do as central government directly. Other is that grants that we give to the state governments, for the state governments to do Capex, for example, for Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, for example, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and so on and so forth. So if you also include the grants and aid for creation of capital assets, the amount, total amount has gone up to 15.48 crores in the budget estimate for the next year, which is more than 15% increase over the current year's RE. So that is a substantial increase, whereas you consider that the overall expenditure, that is revenue plus capital, has grown by around 7% in the next financial year as compared to this year's RE. So this is almost twice the aggregate growth in the expenditure.
Yes. I would like to also add that on top of this 15 lakh crore capex, which is 11.2 there, and the extra money which goes into revenue but goes in capital building at the hand of the states, the CPSC, the Central Public Sector Enterprises, add about 4 lakh crore as capex from their own resources. So that's also the capex which goes in, and that is not counted here.
This is the day that shapes the future of a billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your...
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. My name is Alex Matthew and we're talking about Budget 2025 and how it relates to you. The Union Budget is about the government's plan for the new financial year. The Finance Minister lays out her estimates for what she wants to spend on. and how she intends to fund it. And often the focus is on the big picture. What is the spend on capital expenditure going to be? How many roads, how many highways, how many new railway lines? What is the spend on defense? But very often you, the individual taxpayer, there's nothing for you. This time around though, you're the primary focus. A lot has changed when it comes to the taxation of the individual taxpayer, and this show will get you up to speed in case you missed some of the announcements. Let's first introduce our experts for the day. We've got Sameer Kanabar, who's tax partner at EY India, as well as Mayur Shah, who's also tax partner at EY India. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me in the studio. And what a day. I was looking back and trying to gauge when such a large announcement has been made that was focused primarily on putting more money in the hands of the individual taxpayer, and you have to go back all the way to before this century even started, when there was a reduction in the highest tax rate that was done, I believe, in 1997.
That's right.
Right? Yeah. So, one, is this only my interpretation, or do you agree that this is as big as I think it is?
Yeah, it is as big as you are saying, and I think it's much more than that, because what they are trying to do is just not in one aspect. They are trying to bring a lot of clarity in the law itself, and few of them we will reveal it during the discussion. But one thing which I have seen that in ULIP, earlier under certain ULIP situations, it was taxed at normal rate of tax, which now they have brought it down to 12.5%.
But we'll talk about that in just a bit. For me, the more important talking point, Mayur, is about the change in the slabs and the change in the treatment of income tax. That is the first and foremost thing that you need to focus on. What you see on the screen is now what is effective in the next financial year, FY26, the financial year ending March 2026. Now, the new tax regime is where all of the changes have taken place. The first and most important thing that you need to bear in mind is that income up to 12 lakh rupees is something that you will get a rebate on. So effectively, you will not pay tax on that. We'll talk about how that works. But beyond that, there's also been a widening of all of the tax slabs. The first slab is increased from 0.0 to 3 to, in fact, 0.0 to 4. That's exactly what you see on the screen. The second now has moved to 4 to 8, 8 to 12, 12 to 16, 16 to 20, 20 to 24, and then finally above 24. So previously, if you had the highest bracket that was above 15 lakh rupees at 30%, now the highest bracket is above 24 lakh and it's at 30%. My interpretation of that, Sameer, correct me if I'm wrong, and I've just simply done a rule of 72. You look at 10 lakh rupees in 2010. In 2025, that is worth roughly 24-25 lakh rupees. So effectively, you're adjusting for inflation. I know you disagree with me, but it's a significant move.
Yeah. No, so yeah, you are right. There are two ways to look at it. Is the government supposed to pass on the benefit of inflation to the taxpayer, or is it that government is also incurring the cost on its own and meeting its inflation targets, and hence whether one should balance it out? But more importantly, Alex, I mean, the way we look at it is to say that it is the overall speech which we saw yesterday and the economic survey that middle class should be given benefit. And that theme is being carried along all the way, whether you look at rural sector reforms, whether you look at agricultural reforms, or income tax. Everywhere, I think the Aam Aadmi is the focus area. And this is an unbelievable leap that has been given right from 7 to 12. So beyond imagination.
Beyond imagination. And what that means effectively, without doing away with the old tax regime, Mayur, effectively, we've done away with the old tax regime. It doesn't make sense anymore.
Absolutely. Generally, if you have a deductions up to between 6 to 8 lakhs, then probably old regime may be beneficial.
6 to 8 lakhs is a lot.
Yeah. And when you are having a larger income bracket, then it really doesn't make sense going with the old rates at all, because the rates are very high. Surcharge rates are very high. Then, you will always choose to be under new regime. So if you see, large section which was there under old regime will now again move back to the new regime. And effectively they will make old regime redundant.
They have, in fact, made the old tax regime redundant. Of course, there was a teaser in the budget also where the finance minister talked about a new income tax bill, and she said that a lot of clarifications will come through in that bill. The language will be clearer for you to understand, and the content of that bill will effectively halve. But there's also another data point that we have for you that will essentially measure out how much your tax outgo will reduce. New tax regime versus new tax regime. If we can, let's pull that up, because, and we're looking at income above 12 lakh, right? So if you can read that on the screen, if you are earning 13 lakh rupees, then effectively compared with the old new tax regime, you are saving 25,000 rupees. That increases to 35,000 rupees at 15 lakh, increases to 50,000 rupees at 16 lakh, it increases to 90,000 rupees at 20 lakh, and 1.1 lakh rupees and beyond. So 1.1 lakh rupees on 24 lakh and beyond, which is a very significant saving. Wouldn't you agree?
No, absolutely. And as you know, both of you rightly said that without dismantling the old regime, they have dismantled, you know, and once you are above 20 lakhs bracket, for you the old regime will not look so good, because you have to make compulsory investments, you have to confine yourself to all the realms and pay higher surcharge. Might as well go under the new regime. You have your own freedom of investment, and then sort of you are covered by this new regime. So obviously, yes.
Let's talk about the deductions that are currently available, just to elucidate the point further. In the new tax regime, Mayur, you still have that standard deduction for salaried individuals to the extent of 75,000 rupees. And there's also NPS, right? Which is available?
Yes, NPS is available.
Yeah. So can you explain that?
Yeah. So what happens is that when you contribute towards the national pension scheme of up to 10% of your basic salary, or 10% of your total income, which now last year they have raised it to 14% under certain circumstances, then that would be allowed as a deductions, which continues to be allowed in the new regime as well. Because, and the reason for that is that they want to create social security environment self-funded rather than funded by the government. So that's the reason why they are doing it in that particular fashion, and they are allowing it. As far as standard deduction is concerned, long back they had introduced standard deductions for new regime, which was then enhanced to 75,000 if you are going for new regime, otherwise it was less.
Yes.
So that's where, you know, they tried to encourage, and now they are kind of putting more stress on the new regime than old regime.
Certainly. So just to drive home that point, and you were making that, people in the slightly higher income ranges, they don't have to make those necessary investments for ATC deductions. They don't need to necessarily put money. And so what happens then effectively is the tax saving investments that were usually saved to the end of the year, and you will know this, and a lot of chartered accountants will breathe a sigh of relief saying we don't have to do anything towards the end of the year. That goes out of the window.
Absolutely. But before I come to that point, I think one important point to note in this slabs, and where there is slightly an ambiguity, that let's take two examples. You have 10 lakhs of salary income, you have 2 lakhs of capital gains.
Yes, this is important.
And you have 10 lakhs of salary income and you have 5 lakhs of capital gain. Now, in the second example, it's very clear that you have to pay on 5 lakhs capital gains tax, but obviously because you have crossed the threshold, so on 10 lakhs also you will end up paying tax. It's not that your 10 lakhs remains protected. But the issue that comes in 10 plus 2 example is that whether 2 lakhs should really get taxed as capital gains, and that clarity is not there. So it's kind of an open thing, and that kind of leaves a room, but of course it doesn't impact people at large.
So, but let's explain what this is about, right? In the speech, the finance minister has spoken about special income, right? Income from other sources, can you call it that?
Yep.
Special income. So she used special income as a tag, right?
So capital gain tax at a special rates.
Tax, okay. So income taxed at special rates. Effectively, what she has said is that you will get a rebate on your income up to 12 lakh rupees, taxable income up to 12 lakh rupees,
apart from the income that is taxed at special rate. And we looked at that print, we looked at the clarification in that document. What did it say?
Yeah, so they have added that piece, and I'm just because they have added by way of a proviso saying that whatever new tax regime rates are there, you will get rebate only in respect of that. That's how they have eliminated any income which is taxed at special rate will not get covered there.
So this is capital gain. So as an example,
Correct.
if we talk about 2 lakh rupees, as Samir just pointed out, that you have booked as capital gains in the equity market in any given year, and it is long-term capital gains, just for this example, we're talking about it having crossed that 1.25 lakh limit for charging of long-term capital gains tax. So you will effectively pay 12.5% on 75,000 rupees. And what they're saying in the clarification is that you will get a rebate on your income if you have income in normal sources through up to 12 lakh rupees. And on this 75,000, the 12.5%, you will not get the rebate. That is the understanding, right?
That's right.
Okay, so it's pretty clear on that. Samir does not agree necessarily, but this is the interpretation that you can take right now. And of course, over the course of the next couple of days, there will be more clarity that emerges. But as things stand, that is indeed the case. So effectively, you're talking about a situation where ELSS and your several other investments that are made towards tax saving, 5-year fixed deposits that you would necessarily lock in, your public provident fund, so many other schemes that people invest in towards the end of the year just for the purposes of saving tax, it does not necessarily make too much sense anymore. You might as well invest in assets that give you a little more flexibility and possibly better returns.
Because all this ELS tax saving scheme used to offer a very low rate of return.
ELSS is of course equity linked, and so it depends on the market, but a lot of others agree with you.
Yeah, and that's where you are getting now more advantage, like in terms of investing in a market where you feel it is much better. And ELS also, which security you invest in, how you keep churning, that will all depend on now.
Okay, so there are a couple of other changes, of course, apart from the tax slabs, and we've pretty much gone through all of the details here. You are better off no matter how you split it, no matter how you look at it, you are going to be paying less tax in the new financial year. And we've established how much as well. Now, there are a few other changes that have been made, and the first one I would like to talk about is with regard to the tax deducted at source for senior citizens. There was a pretty straightforward announcement that was made, but let's spell that out for you. I'll come to you, Samir, on this. What was said and how does it change the lives of senior citizens?
Yeah, so effectively, of course, they have done an overall rationalization of withholding tax or TDS provisions, and it encompasses a lot of things. And one of the component is, of course, relating to senior citizen as well as rent income and etc. So obviously, they have enhanced the limit from 50,000 to 1 lakh on the income earned by interest income earned by the senior citizens. So that gives them quite a bit of relief. Similarly, they have extended the rental income limits from 2.5 lakhs to 6 lakhs odd. That again gives a lot of relief to the individual in terms of withholding tax.
This is only senior citizens though?
No, this is for everybody. The rental income is for everybody. Yeah. So that gives again a huge relief to individuals, because you don't have to deduct if you are paying the rent, and at the same time if you are earning, your working capital to the extent of withholding tax doesn't get blocked naturally, because you have now moved from 7 to 12 lakhs. So I think they have really applied their mind. They have not done one small patchwork of 7 to 12. Sorry, it's not right appropriate word to say patchwork, but by giving that relief, they have done a holistic approach to see that even the TDS provisions are appropriately amended, so that people don't feel the pinch and that money is still in the pocket of the middleman for consumption or for expenditure.
You have a point here?
Yeah, so just one point. When we are talking about rent, it talks about the rent which is being paid by the businesses. So individual, when they are deducting TDS, it does not relate to that, but when individuals are receiving rent above 6 lakh, then only there will be a TDS. So it is in respect of that. Many a times which has been misunderstood. That when individual is paying rent, then you should not deduct, or things like that, but it's not the same.
Okay, I take the point. So only because in the past the changes that have been made are incremental, small changes, and so the accusation has been that the government is tinkering with the Income Tax Act. It is trying to provide as much relief as it possibly can, and so it's tinkering. It may not be a patchwork, but this time around, it's a very holistic approach that they have taken in order to make it easier for individuals from the perspective of
having cash available with them.
Yeah, and also putting more hands in the hands of the people.
That's right.
Money in the hands of the people. Yeah.
In fact, if you look at senior citizen, now TDS as TDS on interest has been announced from 50 to 1 lakh.
Yes.
No TDS. Look at senior citizens are not even subject to advance tax. Therefore, money which is available with the senior citizen will be much larger.
Correct.
And that will be available in the economy for its spending.
So just to complete the point on TDS on interest income, if it crosses that 1 lakh mark, what happens?
No, then of course you have those declarations 15H and all of that which you can still give and still not withhold the tax, but otherwise the tax does get kind of...
To what extent?
Full. Then on entire interest you have to pay TDS.
On the entire interest you have to pay TDS. Okay. The rental income component is also significant. There's also tax collected at source, which there is a change on, and this has to do with the liberalized remittance scheme. Why don't we talk about this? Because here the threshold limit has been raised to 10 lakh from 7 lakh rupees. Why is this significant, Samir?
So of course, LRS is more of an open economy measure which we have been seeing over a period of time, and we are seeing a lot of people traveling, going abroad, people are doing overseas investments. Now again, holistic perspective, 7 to 12. Now if I am within lesser tax bracket, or I'm paying, even I'm say 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs bracket, but if I'm traveling abroad, I'm paying TCS.
Tax collected at source,
and then I have to claim a refund, which I'll get after I file my return.
How does this TCS work? For those who are wondering what this is about and who are yet to make their first trip abroad perhaps, and I wish that you do so in the new financial year, but this is essentially the liberalized remittance scheme, the LRS, which allows you to take money out of India. There is a limit of $250,000?
Yes, under the FEMA.
Under the FEMA. So this is the Foreign Exchange Management Act. You're allowed to take a certain amount of money outside of the country in any given year. And so these rules govern all of your spends that you would make, even investments that you probably are doing in, say, a mutual fund abroad or in a particular stock. If you've bought NVIDIA, then this is something that you should pay attention to as well. So just to drive home that point, why don't you complete the point you were making?
Yeah, so under LRS, as you rightly said, people are allowed and encouraged to make overseas investments, travel, use money for education purpose, whatever. Now, if till now, the limit was 7 lakhs. So up to 7 lakhs, there was no TCS. How does TCS work? The way TCS works is that you are remitting money outside India, so bank will collect the TCS and deposit with government.
How much?
That was at the rate of around 2%. Now, of course, it has been increased from 7 to 10 lakhs. So bank will now deduct the TCS and deposit with government. But the point that I was trying to drive is that if my income bracket is such that 12 lakh 75,000, or even if I'm 15 lakhs bracket, if my tax liability is only so much, or my employer is deducting tax, then this TCS, which is collected by the bank and deposited with government, I have to claim refund.
Yes.
Right? And again, that doesn't leave money in my hands to spend. So to allow that as a, again, holistic approach, that they have enhanced this limit as well, to allow from 7 to 10 lakhs, so that of course I am still not pinched by my overseas expenditure, or whether I'm traveling or whatever. And second part is education loan.
Yes.
So if I have taken a loan for which I'm making LRS remittance, now it has become 0% TCS. So no TCS. Earlier, of course, it was 1.5%, but now it has made 0%. So if I have taken a loan and I'm using that loan for education purpose of my children, then on that, no TCS.
There is a clarification though on type of institution. Which are these usually?
So it has notified institution from whom you can take this loan, then it is allowed as a this thing. and it covers almost all institutions.
banks,
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So
there is one more clarification here, and if you look at the theme which he started with, when Finance Minister started its speech, okay, we want to move from trust that everybody is doing right and then audit. So TDS and TCS were introduced because income was escaping from taxation, especially TCS. Right. Now, if you see that they are trying to rationalize that, by doing that, they are saying, okay, we trust you that whenever you are remitting money, we are assuming that it is out of tax-paid money only, and there is nothing which has escaped.
Yeah.
So, as rightly pointed out by Samir, that the theme which they are doing, they are not just applying on one or two provisions, but they are applying across, where all these have an impact, and they are covering all these aspects together.
The spirit of the reform is across the board. It's something that is applied in all of the changes that they have made. And to that extent also, the second last thing that I want to talk to you about today has to do with self-occupied properties. And this is an interesting one because by my understanding how things work, and the two gentlemen here, the tax experts, will tell you what this is, but this is my understanding of it. Previously, if you had two self-occupied properties, then you would not pay tax on the deemed income. So you would have to assume a certain income that you would receive as rental income, and you would have to pay a certain amount of tax on it. But you would not have to pay this tax if you fulfilled certain preconditions. One of them was if you had to move away from that self-occupied house for the purposes of employment. Another was that if that self-occupied property was actually vacant. Now, what they've done now is to do away with those requirements completely. Samir, can you explain that?
Yeah. So earlier, if you had two houses, and normally what happens under income from house property chapter, you have to notionally compute rental income and you have to pay tax. But the law allowed you that up to two houses, you can say that these are self-occupied by me, and hence I need not pay any rent. And of course, if you had third house, then you will pay rent on that third house.
Pay tax on the rent of the third house.
Rent of the third house.
Yeah.
Right. Now, the condition prescribed for getting this exemption is that A, you should be occupying both the houses, and B, it should be a reason which is well justifiable that why you are not why this exemption should be given to you, right? Now that second condition is made more liberal. So if for any reason, even if you are not able to occupy either of the two houses, and so long as that is a rational reason, say you are traveling, or you have one house here and one house in suburbs, say you in one in South Bombay and other in suburb. So you keep on switching between the two as required based on your work condition.
Okay.
And hence one remains empty for some period of a time, other remains empty, then that is acceptable because of your work reasons. Whatever.
But now that's not required at all.
Yeah, so now that condition has been now liberalized. But if in the same city you are saying that you have two houses and you are claiming for both, and you are staying in one and not staying in another, it becomes challenging, right? Because that was not a justifiable reason. So you will now be allowed that much of liberty to say that, okay, this was the reason and hence I need not pay the rent.
Okay, so it's certainly an improvement, and it's less of a pressure on you to justify certain exemptions that you are taking. The last point has to do with what you started with, which is the change in the ULIP treatment, unit-linked insurance products. What was it? Because there was a little bit of a confusion at the start about this. What's the change?
Yeah. So, ULIP, any maturity value which is being received upon on ULIP would be tax exempt, provided there are two conditions which are being met. Those two conditions are that the annual premium which you pay should be less than 10% of the sum assured, and second is annual premium should never increase or should not be more than 2.5 lakh rupees. Now, if you don't meet any of these conditions, then you are not entitled to exemption. Now, what happened that while defining capital assets, they have added these two conditions also in that definition. As a result, if you breach one of the conditions, and just to give you an example, that you have taken out insurance policy of say 50 lakhs and you are paying premium at the rate of 9%, so you have paid 4.5 lakhs, so you are not meeting one conditions. Though maturity value will be taxable, but whether that will be considered as a capital asset, because you are not meeting conditions, it will not be even treated as a capital asset. As a result, on that, you land up paying normal rate of tax.
Which is slab rate.
Which is a slab rate. Now they are thinking, no, this should be considered as a capital assets. So now you pay tax at the rate of 12.5%.
If you meet those two conditions.
If you don't meet any condition also is fine.
Okay, so it's a positive thing.
Absolutely positive thing.
Okay, so even if you're breaching that 2.5 lakh, if it's more than that 2.5 lakh, it would be treated as a capital asset.
That's right.
Because that would be breaching one of the two conditions.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's a positive.
Otherwise, you would have paid a tax at a higher slab rate, and of course, there was an alternate school of thought to say that it cannot be taxed at all because the law doesn't treat it as a capital asset.
But they've clearly defined that it is actually income from other sources, and so therefore there was a tax liability. But gentlemen, I think we've covered a lot of bases, and most importantly, we've spoken about the change in the tax slabs and the change in the new tax regime, and it's going to benefit a lot of people. I hope that we've clarified things for you so that you can talk to your chartered accountant tomorrow, or you can plan your tax saving next. You don't have to plan your tax saving because you'll have to move to the new tax regime and you have no deductions to make. So there you go. It's a great announcement that the finance minister has made today, and I hope you liked it as well.
And spend your money.
And spend your money. And go spend your money. Or invest it. You've got more money to invest. That brings us to the end of this particular edition of the Budget 2025 tax conversation. And Samir, as well as Mayur, thanks so much for joining in. Thanks so much for watching. Do stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
The day that shapes the future of 1 billion dreams.
From the fields of agriculture to the backbone of defense.
From ambitious infrastructure projects to everyday tax policies.
Every decision counts.
How will this budget balance growth and fiscal prudence?
What will it mean for jobs, and what will it mean for your portfolio?
Join us for the most comprehensive coverage of Budget 2025
as we decipher the impact
of this budget on you.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know Your Company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're joining us at the SBI Towers in Mumbai, where we're here sitting with Mr. C. Sethi, the chairman of the bank. And of course, we're just fresh out of the budget announcement by the finance minister. Mr. Sethi, brief overview of what you thought of the budget. What do you think is this likely to do for the economy?
It's a very comprehensive budget, and it's a very good budget to say. And it ticks many boxes, both in terms of spurring the consumption, spurring the development, innovation, investment, I think, and covers the whole gamut of the stakeholders in terms of the personal income taxpayers, salaried class, savers, farmers, MSMEs, corporates, and the students who are availing the educational loans. The whole gamut of stakeholders have been taken care of in this budget. I think it's a wholesome budget.
The market didn't take it very well. I mean, at the end of the day, when the stock market was trading a little lower, slightly, not as badly, but do you think that maybe something was missing for that category of people? Because last year we targeted them with specific taxes, and this year not that much.
No, there could be, I think people have to analyze and digest the budgetary proposals also. I'll give you one example. I think everybody was talking about the capital expenditure.